This sitting is resumed.
Government notices recommitted.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $16,607,700 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2020-2021 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 6, 2020-2021.
Government business resumed.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join this debate and to give my support to the bill before the chamber. I listened very carefully to the presentations by the honourable members today, and I am proud to say, sir, that this piece of work before this chamber is significant in many ways. But I want, sir, first, just to remind the honourable member for St. Michael West that the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party, specifically, sir, on page 45, spoke to the establishment of a college for the public service with an established educational tertiary institution for the strategic retraining of our public servants. And just to remind the public through you, sir, and him as well, that during his presentation, it would appear as if he forgot that that was a commitment of this government upon coming to office as stated in our manifesto, and to remind him that this government has been from the very beginning consistent with respect to its treatment of workers. The honourable member for St. Peter has already indicated certainly the track record with which this government has executed in the last 2.5 years or so, sir, of assuming office in this country. Now, sir, it would be remiss of me not to mention and to just clarify something very clearly, because like the honourable member for St. Peter, I was at the meeting at Parliament as it relates to the issues with customs. But before the meeting that we all had at Parliament, sir, I, one, would have, upon being appointed Minister in the Ministry of Finance, sir, would have led the negotiations in relation to the 5% increase with the public servants and the unions and the workers' representatives at that time, sir. And I recall even from those very early days, sir, all of the interventions that I have had with the unions, including the National Union of Public Workers, sir, as well as the Barbados Workers Union, all made representations consistently, sir, as you would appreciate, in those early days with respect to the fact that as it relates to the Customs Department, I'm going to spend some time there specifically, just for a few minutes, just to remind the public through you, sir, that when we came to office, the Customs Department was embroiled, sir, in a very long and protracted purported move to the Barbados Revenue Authority. And because of that, sir, a number of issues relating to the terms and conditions of the persons working within the Customs Department were left unattended because the previous government was hell-bent, sir, on moving them to the Barbados Revenue Authority. So when we came to office, sir, notwithstanding the challenges with respect to the finances of government, there was literally no morale at all, sir, within the context of the Customs Department. And as part of our manifesto, sir, and I would remind the honourable member for St. Michael West, if you would reflect on pages 44 and 45, there's a section dealing specifically, sir, with public sector management in our manifesto. And one of those manifesto pledges, sir, was that we would rescind the decision, sir, to incorporate the Customs Department into the Revenue Authority, because we understood, sir, that the Customs and Excise Department was a critical institution with respect to the function of not just the operation of government's revenue collection, but in a real sense, sir, in terms of business and trade facilitation, but equally, sir, with respect to the national security interests of the country. And therefore, we felt it was important then, and we still do now, such that we have already embarked on a very ambitious reform within the Customs Department. And therefore, these were some of the key things that we indicated prior to coming to office that we have been executing over the last 2.5 years. Now, sir, the reality is that having achieved a measure of stability, sir, and COVID notwithstanding, we had to achieve a level of stability, sir, in order to start to build out on a number of the reforms and pledges that we would have made in our manifesto. And it is instructive, sir, that because of the protracted move, or proposed protracted move from Customs to the Revenue Authority, and the lack of investment in personnel within the Customs Department, persons got fed up, sir. Some people retired. Some people went to other departments and governments simply because there was very little attention being paid to those officers and to the department, sir. And matters like these, which we are seeking to remedy, sir, today, and I want to reiterate what the Honourable Attorney General has made quite clear already, that what we are doing today in no way, sir, would prevent the normal appointment of public officers, and therefore it is conceivable that that work will continue, but it is critical that we assess the backlog and what is required to be able to deal with that substantively. The reality, though, is, sir, that over the course of the last few years, the management of the public finances and the way that appointments, if you like, sir, were handled in the context of the statutory emoluments versus the OPE, sir, is not been a very tidy exercise. And I can say that, sir, because when we engaged in joint estimates of last year, and we just looked at the payroll of government. And sir, when we looked at it just on the face of it, whilst persons may be working in a particular ministry and being paid there, well, sorry, one would assume that because you are working in a particular ministry, that you are being paid from that ministry. But when we examine the data, sir, we recognize that it was not as clear-cut as one might imagine because of the rotation, if you like, sir, of personnel around the system. It makes it a little difficult sometimes really to just keep track of exactly where people are appointed, one, but where you are actually working, sir, is another story. And therefore, what we want to be able to do, sir, is to just regularize this process and make it easier for us to be able not just to appoint people, sir, but to bring some measure of regularity to the operations of government, but certainly in the context of the ministries themselves, to be able to chart a clearer path, sir, for succession planning. Because at the end of the day, sir, any institution, any government, any company, even any family, sir, seeks to have some measure or plan for succeeding, for success, such that whatever activity you're engaged in, Mr. Speaker, sir, can be continued, which means, one, sir, investing in people, but certainly, sir, ensuring that the terms and conditions under which persons are employed, that those terms and conditions are actually conducive to their being able to execute the objectives or the mission of the department or the ministry or what have you. And that, sir, is absolutely important, because one of the very disturbing things that certainly would have accompanied the lack of continuity to which the Honourable Member for St. Peter referred to in his presentation is that part and parcel, as we know, as we will say in the public service, your authority may expire, sir, and you're reverted back to a different post, or even sometimes you're moved back to where you were from, and that disrupts, sir, to some degree, the normal operations of the ministries, the departments, and what have you. And therefore, by seeking to bring some regularity to this process, it will in turn mean, sir, that we only give certainty with respect to the employees, but I think we give a better prospect, sir, for management of the institutions themselves to be able to have available the appropriate resources to be able to execute government's mandate. And the truth is, sir, this is important, extremely important, because the people expect of us, all 30 of us in here, sir, we were elected to change things. And this is essentially part of the change that is required in order to move the country forward in the 21st century. And the truth is, sir, it is not just an investment in people, it's an investment in technology. But change management, sir, is absolutely, absolutely critical as part of any of this, for this exercise to take root. And the Attorney General and certainly the Honourable Member for St. Peter made it quite clear that the way that we promote persons, the way that we assess people's performance, the way that we hold people accountable, sir, will be just as important as the actual delivery of service that the public will expect from any of our departments. And whilst we're here to regularize, if you like, sir, the terms and conditions of a number of persons who have been working, I don't want to use the word acting, working substantively in posts for a number of years, and we want to bring regularity to that. What is important now, sir, is to ensure that we put the systems in place to be able to assess people's performance objectively and to make determinations, sir, for promotions on the basis of that action, sir, such that it doesn't matter whether you think you're a senior or a junior or whatever the case is, competence, sir, must be a critical part of the succession plan of government. And therefore, we have to address this frontally as part of the change within the context of not just the public service, but the way that we are delivering, sir, whether it's a public good or public service to the taxpayers of this country. And this is a good thing, but inherently, sir, it is the change management now that is required within the rest of the service to ensure that we can actually deliver better for all the people, all the taxpayers of Barbados. And that will mean, sir, a change in thinking to some degree, because the truth is, sir, if it's one thing that COVID-19 has taught, or should have taught everybody globally, sir, it is that you cannot take anything for granted. And therefore, our ability to deliver the best possible service ever, no matter what it is that you're doing, sir, is so critically important, simply because circumstances, sir, can change at any time. And even though we are talking about making appointments within the context of the public service, and I'm conscious, sir, that as we speak, there are still thousands of Barbadians who are out of work, sir. Thousands of Barbadians for whom there's still uncertainty with respect to the resumption of their normal job prospects. And therefore, against that backdrop, sir, it means that those persons for whom this will give some measure of certainty with respect to their circumstances, they must be conscious that in the context of the wider Barbados economy, that we all must ensure that we pull our weight and do the things that are necessary to bring about the effective change within the context of the public service, so that government can be seen as leading or working alongside the private sector to be able to truly transform this country. And so, whilst I fully support the provision in this bill to give certainty to public servants, that certainty is only relative, sir, to the context of the rest of the Barbados economy being able to resume in full but that the public service, and certainly we as a government, sir, give the commitment to the country that we must improve internally the assessment of people's performance in government. We must hold people accountable in order to ensure that we get the best outcomes with respect to not just the representation of workers, but we give people an opportunity to know that there's a clear sense, sir, of a career path upon which, once they set about that path, that they're capable, sir, of rising and leading critical parts of the government's work in this country. Now, sir, it is equally important that against the stability economically that we've been able to achieve, having done the hard work over the first 18 months of assuming office, that a lot of the reforms that are critical now to move government forward in the context of the public service, that we really must deconstruct and reconstruct all of our processes. And I am very proud to say that over the course of the last 2 years, 2.5 years, sir, that this government, certainly working with the unions, as I indicated, would have made representation, sir, with respect to appointments, both the National Union of Public Workers, the Barbados Workers Union, sir, equally have been quite strident with respect to those matters. And the reality, sir, is this is still an ongoing process. But we give our commitment, sir, that we will resolve these matters to ensure that persons, when they come to work and they give of their best, sir, at work, and they deliver what they're supposed to deliver, that they will be suitably treated, sir, with respect to not just the terms and conditions, but certainly with respect to the payment. And I want to just spend some time on that, sir, because there are too many stories, sir, of the way that things are administered in government where people are working and not being paid. And the Honourable Member for St. Peter raised the issue quite rightly, sir, because in an age of technology, there's really no excuse for persons going to work in government or anywhere for that matter, but certainly not far less in government, going to work and being uncertain as to when they will be paid. And that is something that certainly this government intends to remedy, because it is something, sir, that should never happen in this country. And therefore, we give our commitment as we work through not just the fact of dealing with appointments, but the internal administration of each department. Because whilst there is a central PAD is what it used to be called. I don't remember the current name, but Personnel Administration Division, which I think most persons would be aware of. Whilst there's a central function there, each department in government, each ministry, sir, has to also equally update its own internal procedures to ensure that when they have persons working in their sections, that the efficient transfer of information between PAD, the individual departments, sir, will see that when persons turn up for work and they put in the work, sir, that there's no doubt that persons will be paid. And that is something, sir, that this government will give the commitment to resolve. There must be a technological solution that allows for the seamless transition of information, whether it is the delegation of the authority with respect to the PSs to be able to deal with those local issues. But I believe, sir, that substantively, once we're able to deal with this backlog of appointments and all the other administrative matters, and that we can deal with whatever disciplinary matters that they have, that with the right and appropriate investment in technology, coupled with the experience of the staff, not just in PAD, but certainly a number of departments also have personnel officers, which I think, once deployed effectively, can allow for a smoother transition of information, which will mean that we'll be better able to administer some of these functions with respect to the way that payroll, as well as other matters in relation to workers' terms and conditions are managed. It is equally, sir, important from a budgetary perspective, because what this will now do is that, having established this post, effective October 1st. It gives us an opportunity as we go into, as the Ministry of Finance starts to issue pre-budget ceilings for next financial year. It gives us an ideal opportunity now, sir, as we also certainly upgrade from Smart Stream to Cloud Suite, to start to ensure that in looking with our forward planning for estimates of next year, that we have a cleaner process with respect to the way that the ministries are organized from a personnel perspective. And therefore, the Ministry of Public Service certainly will be working in conjunction with the Treasury and the Ministry of Finance to ensure that that process is streamlined going forward. So that when we look, sir, at the statute of the schedule of personal emoluments, that we will have absolute clarity or close to absolute clarity, sir, in terms of what are the exact posts in government, whether they're statutory or temporary in the context of OPE, and therefore allow us to truly understand what is the cost with respect to government in terms of its workforce. And that, sir, is critically important, because as we seek to ensure that we address equally the pension reform, which is already ongoing in government, it means then that it gives us a settled process with respect to the administration of some of those issues as well, which certainly is one of the bugbears with respect to the way that the appointments process would have been dealt with. There are many instances, sir, where upon retirement, there's often some contention about how long you acted somewhere and exactly what would qualify you for your pension. And therefore, this is just one aspect of being able to clean that up. And therefore, we would anticipate that we will have better information going forward with respect to ensuring that the calculation of pension benefits certainly won't take as long as it currently does. And therefore, this process, coupled with an upgrade of the various technology, if you like, sir, would allow for a smoother exit from the public service, again, where persons will be able to retire comfortable, knowing that you don't have to wait a protracted period of time before your pension benefits are actually paid to you. And the truth is, sir, whilst that is not necessarily the norm, there are a few instances where it happens, and the truth is, sir, in the same way that there's uncertainty with persons who are acting in positions, there's equally for some person who, when they reach retirement, there's equally uncertainty as well. And we want to give public servants and their families, sir, as much certainty as we could give certainly in an environment like this. But the reality, sir, is that this bill before the chamber is just one part of the reform exercise that is intended with respect to the management of the public service. I can't stress enough, sir, that in the 21st century, in which we certainly are, there's no going back for sure, this drive, sir, to continually, sir, upgrade our procedures, review how we can deliver things better, sir, is part of government's commitment to transform Barbados. And the public sector is in need of reform. As a matter of fact, sir, there's been an Office of Public Sector Reform now for some time. And the truth is that over the course of the last couple of years, we've done quite a bit, sir, in terms of being able to bring some measure of regularity, if you like, sir, to the public service. But I want to speak now, sir, and just to go back a bit on customs, because when much of the representation from the NUPW and the BWU, sir, as I met with them to deal not just with matters of relation to customs, but equally of the Revenue Authority, they made representation about the fact, sir, that there were a number of officers working as clerical officers within the Customs Department for a number of years. And as I would have indicated, sir, because of the move or the proposed move into the Revenue Authority, there really was no plan to continue to train customs officers, and none of that basically fell down, sir. And as a result, in part, these persons who would ordinarily have been trained along the way found themselves, in a sense, working as customs officers without having the designation as a customs officer. So when you really think about it, sir, these are persons that were in the department through, I suppose, working on the job. They would have been trained internally with respect to customs procedure. They certainly know the area. And the reality is we took a decision at a meeting chaired by the Prime Minister, as indicated earlier. And consequential of that, sir, 72, just for the record, sir, 72 permanent or temporary clerical officers are now designated, sir, as Clerical Officer 3 with respect to the department. And why is that important, sir? Because, as you know, if you're given a title of Clerical Officer, in theory, you can take that person from the Customs Department and put them somewhere else. But obviously, Customs is a specialized department. And therefore, because of the lack of investment and attention given to the department by the previous administration, we took a decision that we will redesignate those persons with a commitment that the training, the official training, sir, would resume to allow those persons to be adequately qualified, if you like, given that there was a lack of investment, sir, in training as far as that department is concerned. And that is part of the transformation, sir, the support that we've been given to the Customs Department precisely from the perspective that we had a lot of uncertainty with respect to the proposed move to the BRA, which this government stopped. The department is now relatively settled, sir, because of those decisions that we've taken. We have been able, sir, to work certainly with collaboratively with the unions and the staff to ensure that we can set about, sir, a process whereby, one, we were able to implement successfully last year Asekuda World, which, because of the protracted nature of what was going on before, took 5 years, sir, to implement. Something that once we made the decision, it was a 6 months implementation, sir, with respect to the government making the commitment to move the Customs Department in a completely different direction. And this government, looking at the rest of government and how it's operating, sir, has taken the decision that rather than wait for the traditional, if you like, sir, process to take root, that it is important now, sir, that we clear this backlog and let us then focus on what are those critical issues that seem to be clogging up the system, sir, such that these administrative matters, as presented to us, don't consume the time of the personnel of the personnel administration division. Now, sir, the Ministry of Finance, sir, will continue to work with the Ministry of Public Service to ensure that going forward, there is a continuous cleaning of the data, if you like, sir, with respect to the terms and conditions of public officers. That is important equally. I mean, the process is being developed where that conversation piece, sir, between finance and the public service will be a lot smoother, because I think it's important, sir, that we appreciate that where we understand the staffing requirements of government, it means then that we are better able to make the necessary provisions for government going forward. And therefore, a review of what is required to run the public service will have to be undertaken, sir, in addition to the reforms that we've already announced in terms of the establishment of the different commissions to deal with specific elements of the public service. It means then that from our perspective strategically, sir, that we have to ensure that we are recruiting for the future with respect to being able to ensure that the kind of services as well as the quality of services that the public would expect from its government, that the government can deliver, but that means, sir, that internally we must ensure that we are recruiting and promoting and deploying all available resources within government to be able to meet that mandate. And the truth is, sir, that this is not simple work because, one, it means that all persons will have to be exposed to the appropriate training that will give them, I suppose, the best edge to be able to execute their work. You've heard certainly the Prime Minister announce that we've established the National Transformation Initiative to ensure that we give people the best chance to be able to do their jobs. And therefore, as part of the accountability and the mechanism that we are putting in place to streamline the process of making appointments, holding people accountable, sir, is also equally as important as allowing persons to have certainty with respect to the terms and conditions of employment. Training, sir, is important. It means that persons within the public service equally have to recognize that they have to not think of themselves as static, sir, because the work environment has been dynamic. Certainly, sir, I started working 20 years ago, and the workplace is very different today than it was when I started. And I'm a youngster, so still. But the truth is, sir, the work environment has changed. And it means that to be a professional in your area means that you have to invest in yourself. And therefore, if you must see yourself first as a professional and to seek out the appropriate training and opportunity, sir, to improve your skills in order to be the best at whatever it is that your career, whatever career you have chosen. And I think that once we can inspire Barbadians, sir, to want to be the best at whatever it is that they are doing, which is what the National Transformation Initiative, sir, is intended to deliver over the long term for all Barbadians, whether you are in the public service or in the private sector or in the NGO sector, sir, that we can truly transform Barbados simply because we've been able to transform the attitude, sir, with respect to work. And I fully support our initiatives to drive that transformation, because it is the self-belief and self-confidence, sir, that allows us as a country, us as a government, us as a people to be able to go out and not just deliver for those of us in Barbados, but certainly to be a leader or Barbados to continue to be a leader, sir, on the world stage with respect to our, not just our status, but what we can take advantage of opportunities globally, because it is part of our psyche. So training is critical, sir. And I urge all public servants, and I certainly urge all persons within earshot of my voice, sir, that the programs to be executed under the National Transformation Initiative, sir, is not just a training thing. It is about ensuring that persons can get the right attitude, develop the right attitude, that they can improve their skills, sir, so that whatever area it is that you are working in, that you can actually deliver the best possible service that can be delivered. If we can benchmark ourselves, sir, internally, and I know, sir, that Barbadians are quite demanding. We are perhaps, sir, if you listen to the calling programs, when the day comes, sir, there's always something to complain about. But I think in hearing the complaints, it gives us an opportunity, sir, to benchmark about and measure ourselves against where we were. And once we are continuing to improve upon the service delivery, then I know that as a country, sir, we will start to get things turning again. And for some, this may elicit some measure of uncertainty, because it marks a departure from what had obtained before. But I believe that after we've seen what happened in the previous 10 years, sir, that none of us ever want to go back to a stage where Barbados is not in perpetual motion going forward. And therefore, to keep that engine turning going forward, sir, it means that each and every one of us will have to give a personal commitment, sir, that we will improve upon our own workspace and our own contribution, and that we will put in a full day's work, sir, a full day's work. And sometimes I know, sir, that some of us put in more than a full day's work every day. But unfortunately, sir, some of us don't. And a country cannot afford to be, in a sense, putting the burden on those who are already putting in a full days and expect them to carry the weight, sir, going forward. All of us must put in a full day's work. And in putting in that full day's work, sir, it means that we are able to make decisions going forward. And I say to all the public servants, sir, whether you're affected by this bill or not, that every day you should come to work thinking about what it is I'm doing to make somebody's life a little better. Because certainly in this COVID-19 environment, it is certainly all of our mandate to ensure that we are making decisions every day to make somebody's life better. And that has to be a part of the conversation piece with respect to everything that we do within government. And the way that we do it as well, sir, is just as important as what is done. And therefore, we have to see ourselves in a much more professional, business-like manner with respect to the execution of our tasks on a daily basis. And rather than seeking to say, no, this can't be done, we must be of the mindset to make a determination as to how we will work to ensure that we can get things done, and get things done in a way that is much easier for the taxpayer, much easier certainly for the citizen to be able to go about their business, such that it gives us, within the public service, sir, confidence that by delivering on what we say we will deliver, that the government then becomes a critical driver for economic activity, that the government now becomes a beacon for investment in the country.
You all remember has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. That the government, sir, and the public service now becomes a competitive advantage for Barbados. But for that to happen, sir, it means that all of us within the context of the public service must commit ourselves, one, sir, to ensuring that we give of our best every time, that we are committed ourselves to adapting, sir, to change, because change is the only constant thing in life. And for Barbados to truly continue to move forward, sir, it means that no matter the circumstances, that we must make decisions in as objective a fashion as possible. If the best person, sir, for the job has been identified through the objective measures, then we must ensure that the system works to be able to ensure that that happens in the way that we would all like it to happen, such that it gives confidence to people that when they give of their best will be recorded, sir, and at the appropriate opportunity, their best will be rewarded because they've been able to perform, sir, and give of their best for their country. And belief in the system, sir, is very, very, very important, because we cannot afford to have thousands of people going to work when the day comes and they're disillusioned by the entire process. Competition, sir, is always healthy. Competition is always healthy, because if someone is driving you, sir, to give of your best, then you will deliver on that. And therefore, I believe fundamentally that in what we are doing to help transform the public service and by extension the country, but everybody, I believe very, very, very strongly, sir, must be committed to ensuring that they do what they can do in their space to ensure that not just Barbados, but certainly this region of which we are part, that we can rebuild certainly much stronger after COVID, and that Barbados and the public service of Barbados will once again, sir, become a beacon of hope for those in the country, but certainly become a very strategic partner as Barbados looks to re-engage the world in the way that we are doing at the moment. And so, sir, with those few words, I am obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the legislation before the Chamber introduced by the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, Honourable Attorney General. I do so in support of all of my other colleagues who have spoken before. I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael West is of the view that the timing of this particular piece of legislation may have something to do with an upcoming election. And I'm sure that he, better than anyone else, knows about timing, since he was once on this side, sir, and he took a prime opportunity when the time presented itself to do what he had to do to position himself. But in this administration, sir, our timing is for a very specific reason. It is against a background, sir, where, as you heard the Honourable Member for St. Joseph indicate, we are cleaning up house. We are cleaning up a number of things that have gone off track over the course of a number of years, sir. And that has become the norm because as every minister of government speaks, I think we can go back to every ministry and relate to all of the things that we've found that we've been having to make sure that we put in order. In order to transform an economy, it is going to require change. It is going to require that a number of the institutions that once existed and a number of the ways and the processes in which we do things, that a lot of those things are going to have to be dismantled, and many of them are going to have to be reconstructed. Or as the Prime Minister would say, they have to be deconstructed in order to be reconstructed. It also means that as it relates to the public service, which we rely on heavily in order to drive not only our policy agenda, but to make sure that in the dispensation of the policy agenda to the public of Barbados, that we are able to deliver on a number of the plans that we have as a government. It therefore means that we have to get the public service right. I am on record, sir. I think my colleagues are tired hearing me say that if we get the public service wrong and we don't make the transformative changes that are necessary, that it doesn't matter how hard they work, it doesn't matter how many hours they spend in the Ministry of Finance, we will simply be spinning top in mud. Sir, I believe it from my core. I have seen it from when I was on 3 statutory boards before coming to public life. I have watched officers, good officers across various entities, feel very disillusioned because they felt that in many cases they were overlooked for positions because of seniority in some cases, sir, because of political affiliation. And people who were good people who were qualified people, became frustrated because the very system in which they had come into was not working for them. They had the qualifications, sir, but in many cases, overlooked and brushed aside for somebody else. I've come to the Ministry of Education, sir, and I must tell you that it isn't much different. I have had to encounter a lot of people who have been disgruntled because they too have been overlooked, they have been brushed aside, like many other of my colleagues in their ministries. And one of the fundamental issues for many people in the Ministry of Education and other ministries is this issue of appointments. Whether if the persons who are acting in a temporary manner or persons who are in an established post and basically have been waiting and waiting and waiting to be able to see whether the commission would ensure that they were able to get the necessary appointments, sir. So this bill today is, I believe, timely. It is timely not just because we are about to go into a by-election, and I am sure that the Honourable Senator in the other place, who comes from the bosom of Labour, will no doubt herald this as one of the reasons as well why the Barbados Labour Party administration is an attractive choice to her, as well as to many people within her organization. But I do believe, sir, it is timely because a number of the persons that this piece of legislation will impact on are ordinary Barbadians across this country who, for one reason or the other, have not been able to secure the necessary financing from lending institutions because they did not have a piece of paper which said that they were appointed to a particular position. It is a frustration that many may not understand if it doesn't affect them. The reality is, when the Honourable Attorney General spoke earlier, he gave figures of around 1,000 or so persons that stood to be affected by this piece of legislation, sir. But in the course of the last hour or so, it has come to our attention that it is far more than that. And sir, I want to, in highlighting the two categories, because when I indicate to you, sir, how many people stand to be affected, I think the timing and the significance, the persons who will benefit, the timing and the significance of this, sir, will be better understood. There are two broad categories of persons to benefit from this amendment. You have, first of all, the persons who are temporary or who are referred to as the temporary employees, those who do not have a permanent appointment in the public service, but who will, for the first time, receive security of tenure. For such persons, I think it is clear that this is going to allow them, as I said before, to have the opportunity to be able to borrow, to be able to have that security of tenure, to be able to access credit in order to purchase a house or land or anything that they wish to do. Under this category, sir, it is expected that the total sum of 1,900 temporary employees will benefit from an appointment in the public service by the 1st of October of 2020. These persons will range from general workers to persons in administration to persons in the professional stream, sir. That is just the temporary, and I want you to understand that our estimates prior to coming here today told us that it was going to be over 1,000, AG? 1,000 and 1,500. Only in respect of the temporary workers, we are talking about the sum total of 1,900 persons being affected. The second category, sir, the second category of officers, sir, to benefit from the introduction of this bill today are those public officers who are appointed to the public service, but who have been acting continuously for 3 years or more. These officers who, although already appointed, often find it demoralizing to be acting for several years without being promoted, and we know who they are. The fact that having to revert to their substantive position often hangs over their heads, sir, is obviously another frustration that many people encounter, because you don't know when the head of a department ain't gonna like you and decide that they're gonna make a recommendation to send you back down the line, sir. That is what many of our officers have to encounter. There are, sir, a total of 1,200 officers who have been acting in various posts across the public service that will stand to benefit from being promoted to the offices today in which they have been acting, or rather from the 1st of October, sir. That is a total of 3,100 people across the public service. Not 1,000, not 1,500, sir, but 3,100 people that this simple piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that only has 8 clauses, stands to affect, sir, here today. And therefore, I have no problem with being accused that the timing is on the eve of an election, or that people are after today, the Barbados Labour Party is going to tout and to shout at the loudest extent of its voice, sir, for being able to triumph for a piece of legislation such as this, sir. I think that this basically, sir, is amazing for the people of Barbados and for our public servants to be able to know that after today, they certainly do not have the uncertainty which has hung over their head for several years, sir. Sir, I could not, however, stand here without pointing out of that 3,100, that there are probably, I'm not going to give the precise numbers by category, but I know that in the Ministry of Education, we have around 743 persons who stand to be affected. And those persons range from school meals workers, servers, general workers, school meals assistants, watchmen, school meals officers, instructors at the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute. It includes janitors, general workers, and watchmen, who would be included in the ancillary and support staff across our schools. It includes temporary teachers in nursery and primary, and also in secondary institutions across this country. And of course, sir, it includes persons within the general administration of the Ministry of Education. So today is a good day for education in this country, sir, because I honestly and sincerely hope that the frustrations which have existed prior to today in the Ministry of Education can be put to rest in many ways because of the frustration that people have felt going about their business to try to do the people's work of this country, sir, in education. And I hope that people understand the sincerity with which this administration has been acting, because we have not only said that we are going to start to do the reforms, but we've started to do them in a way that is meaningful to the very people who have to implement the policy agenda of the current administration, sir. My colleague for the city is not here, but I also want to share for the benefit of this chamber that also in the Ministry of Health, there are over about 1,000 persons that we estimate will be impacted by this piece of legislation today. We are talking about many of the people who have been on the front line since March in this country, sir. We're talking about the principal nursing officers at the hospitals. We're talking about our sisters and the nurses. We're talking about our lab technicians, environmental officers and the assistants, sir. All of the people who, despite not having the paper to say that they were appointed to the position, were on the front line working hard with the lieutenant colonel from the city, making sure that we were not retreating or surrendering to the COVID-19 pandemic, sir. And I want to again place on record this government's appreciation for those persons. We are intending to make wrong things right, sir. For those people, sir, who may feel that these 3,100 people did not come in under a Barbados Labour Party administration and therefore we should punish them, sir, we are saying no, we ain't punishing nobody. Because the Barbados Labour Party administration did not get here off of the backs of Barbados Labour Party people alone. And therefore we treat to people the way people treat to us. And the good people of this country gave us a mandate 2.5 years ago, irrespective of whether we were Barbados Labour Party or not. They gave us the mandate because they understood that we understood the changes and the transformational changes that needed to be made across this country in order to make a difference in the lives of future generations, sir. They understood that. So amongst those 3,100 people are ordinary Barbadians, Barbados Labour Party supporters, Democratic Labour Party supporters, supporters of no political party. But they are Bajans. And the Barbados Labour Party has the correct two words in it, Barbados and Labour. And we will continue to protect both so long as this administration is in office, sir. The fact that we have started on this journey is to be commended. I know that Barbadians feel as though things aren't happening fast enough sometimes. But in order to make the changes that we have to make in this country, sir, it means that you have to take some large steps. You're going to have to take some small steps. You're going to have to run. You're going to have to walk in order to get where you're going. We have started that process of cleaning house. But I couldn't stand here today, sir, without saying, while I champion this legislation for coming to this place, sir, that we got some things that we got to clean up. Because the fact that it has taken this long for us having come to office to make sure that we know how many people are on the list, some people need to ask some serious questions about why it should take this long and why we were led to believe that it was 1,000 people when it's now 3,100. It therefore means, sir, it may be a reflection of the systems that we currently have within government. And if it is a reflection of what we have, let us face it and fix it. But what we cannot do is be talking about technology and knowing that you can basically go into your computer systems, even in your Excel documents, and you can tell how many people voted in a general election. You can tell how many males and females are on the list, on the electoral list, sir. Most of us can go in and we can work it out. Why is it that we can't tell with the simple entry of pertinent information how many people would be affected by this legislation? Sir, we got to do better than this. And I say that starting today, let this be the learning curve for the public service. Let it be the learning curve for those who have the responsibility for being able to collate this information. Let the message go out that it is not business as usual, that it should not take this long for us to get wrong things right in this country, because there are ordinary Barbadians who are depending on us to be able to allow them to have the level of security that they need in order to live and eat and sleep in this country, sir. I want to touch, sir, on another area, because, as I said, I champion the legislation, but I got to be fair to myself, because I think you know by now, I ain't no hypocrite. I call it as I see it. Sir, we have a situation in government where this issue of accountability needs to come into question. Because while we are empowering people by this legislation, I am mindful that in many cases that there have been a lack of negative reports on the files of officers. I don't know what it is about our society, but it seems like we don't like to bell the cat. We will all go in the supermarket and talk to each other and tell each other how bad things are and why people are not doing what they're doing and who's not coming to work and who's not driving a stroke and how many jobs they have on the side. But when it comes to putting pen to paper on a file, to say that officers are not doing what they are supposed to be doing and what they're being paid to do, sir, there are many people who don't want to put the pen to paper. Now, on the one hand, we can say it is because the systems previously were such that in many cases people felt that when you write on the file, nothing will happen, or that somebody going to victimize you. But, sir, I like to believe that to whom much is given, much is expected. And I believe that by empowering our people today, these 3,100 workers, by ensuring that we put the necessary systems in place to say to the public of Barbados, we are trusting you to help us to drive the changes that are made, sir, that a number of the people in the public service will come to the realization that we have to root out some of the bad apples. We need to root out some of the people who are not pulling their weight, because we can spend money better if we root out some of the people who need to be accountable, but who have not been made accountable. And I'm happy that I've heard the Honourable Prime Minister repeatedly say that as we are doing and making these sweeping changes across the public service, that heads of departments, permanent secretaries and chiefs will be held to account in making sure that the government's finances are not only spent properly, but that the management and the affairs of departments is done in a proper and efficient manner, sir. I could not agree more, because I see the wastage. I have seen the wastage over the years. I abhor the wastage. I believe that we have all come to this place, sir, to change things, to make things better, to do better. And where we find that there are obstacles, sir, we got to call out where the obstacles are, because it is only when you call them out that people then realize, okay, well, I can't run for cover anymore. I have a responsibility to do the right thing, sir. So we expect that while we have empowered people, that they understand that we've given much, but we also expect back from them a certain degree of honesty as well, and integrity in making sure that we protect the very system that we are seeking to create, sir. We have to train our people. I have often found that, you know, people get the job, but then the basic things like customer care, how you interface with the public. Many of our entities and our officers have to interface with the public, but the level of training is not there to make sure that people feel comfortable using a service and being accessible to the public. Nobody wants to answer calls sometimes, sir. Nobody don't want to respond to emails. And, sir, in many institutions, we have to accept that it can also be a case of that you have to deconstruct what exists in order to reconstruct something that works. But this thing called the public service sometimes, sir, can be also our worst enemy, because the processes that exist sometimes prevent us from being able to make the changes that we need to make, that we know we need to make, in order to bring change and meaningful change to a society, sir. I am saying we have to call it out where we see it. And while we make the reforms, we have to look at the fact that it cannot be that certain things have to go through 10 different people in order to do something that only may have needed to go through a checks and balances for 2 or 3, sir. Sir, you are nodding because you know the system as well. We all know the system. I like to tell people I am no robot. I come into public life, but I came with an education and an understanding that I was here to change things. I don't know about anybody else. Because the system is the way it is, does not mean that the system must forever be the way we found it. And therefore, I always appeal to people to use the education that we have been given in this country to be able to find ways to deconstruct and to reconstruct, to make sure that we are able to find a better way of doing things. We are not robots. We are not. And therefore, we have to come to an acceptance that we have been put here to make changes as people as the legislators. We know that we are here to do it from the public service, but we cannot become slaves to a system that is choking us around our necks simply because that is how it has always been done. It is men and women that look like us that created some of these same systems several years ago. The member for St. Michael East is nodding his head too because he understands what I'm talking about. We cannot be slaves to the system. We have to make sure that we break down and we dismantle things that do not work, sir. And in the process, we have to not just pull from outside, but we have to look at how is it that we can draw from experiences from other jurisdictions, but also be creative enough to accept things that are homegrown as well, sir. So I am not a believer of no copycat system. I believe that we have it within us to be able to find the reforms that are necessary for the public service. And ministry by ministry to be able to look at ways in which we can improve our efficiency, our communication with the general public. Also work on our inter-ministry relations as well, sir. That is what is going to be meaningful in terms of any level of reform that is going to be necessary, sir. It also means that when it comes to disciplinary matters, because as you will see from this legislation, one of the bars to being able to have the appointment done is obviously the fact that you may have been before the Commission for a disciplinary matter. And until that matter is heard, sir, you're not going to be able to have the appointment be given effect. But what is interesting, sir, because I can't again stay here and don't talk about this, that these matters sometimes that are referred to the Commission are taking exceptionally long to come to closure. And what it does is it means that these issues are hanging over people's heads for too long. They continue to draw, in many cases, salaries off of the public purse. Meanwhile, the file is sitting on somebody's desk and not being actioned in a timely manner, sir. It got to stop. If it is that there are matters that have been brought to the fore, officers need to investigate the matters. They need to send it through the appropriate channels within the time frame that is designated by law, and the appropriate action needs to also be taken so people can get on with their lives, sir. I firmly believe that that time has now come where this is not simply about appointments, but this is also about a wider discussion on how we reform a system that we have inherited from colonial masters that we must now revisit in order to be able to dismantle what exists and to be able to build something that is working for our people, sir. I therefore want to commend the Attorney General for highlighting as well that we may not get everything right in this legislation. And the reason I say that is because oftentimes legislation gets rushed to Parliament and then you have to make amendments here and there. I believe the unions have supported, for the most part, what is in this legislation and the intention behind this legislation. But we understand that there may be anomalies. We understand that there may be situations that may arise and persons may find themselves in those situations, and we will have to address those, sir. But it does not stop us from being able to make sure that today we allow 3,100 people to know that from the 1st of October, they have a certain level of security of tenure within this country, sir. It does not stop us, and it will not stop us. We will correct if there are challenges that are raised. But, sir, I believe that we have been able to make sure that we have gotten this aspect of it right, that will give those people that freedom and that ideal of security that is much needed in this country. How we fix our system, sir, is going to be critical as we move forward. And we have to embark on a process of knowing who we have in our public service. I think a lot of times we don't know. People go out and they get qualified, sir. They go on and they get the professional qualifications, but a lot of times we are not getting the right people in the right places because we are not doing the necessary human resource analysis to determine where would people be better suited. There are people, whether it is in this chamber, whether it is in previous administrations, everybody does not come with the same ability. We were all politicians, but some are better at doing some things than others, sir. It is no different whether it comes to being a principal or it comes to being a teacher or it comes to being any level of administrator in the system. And we have to get to a point where we accept that we know who is in the system and how we can better deploy skill sets across this country. I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to speak with teachers across this country, and the issue of skills and auditing skills was raised. Many of our teachers, too, have been frustrated because in many cases they come up with their qualifications, but in a lot of instances they are not in the area for which they have received their training. And therefore an opportunity is being lost to be able to tap into the specialist areas that many of our teachers have in the system, sir. That is something that we are in the process of revisiting. And I would wish that across the system that we start to look closer at auditing the skill set across ministries to make sure that as people improve their skill set, that we are able to deploy them in areas that are more relevant to what it is that is required in particular government departments, sir. I feel that we speak as a Labour Party for the general public. And I say so, sir, because we don't make up what we say. We say it because we rub shoulders with people, because we take the time to understand what the issues are. And sometimes I think that when we are trying to make all of these major changes, there's always resistance because people don't generally like change, especially if change is going to mean more work or if change is going to highlight certain inadequacies or inefficiencies, sir. But change is a good thing. COVID-19 has taught us that there are many positives in this environment that we have had to embrace. Things that have been thrust on us that we perhaps have chosen before not to embrace because we didn't want to use the technology in the way that we were told that we had to. But we've also seen that change is good because many of the people who have been working flexible hours across the public service are not flexible because the flexibility was given by the leaders of the organizations, flexible because they were not working a full day's work, but instead doing other things on the side, sir. And we have realized that it may be better in this environment to allow people to work flexi hours in the public service so that you actually get a decent day's work out of some people and allow them to do something else on the side, sir. That is the point that it has come to, sir, that we have to accept that we have to change the models that we have held dear because in many cases the models are not working. But we have most people, whether from the political class or other classes, working from home, doing things online, having meetings online, sir, and we have changed the way in which our public service even interfaces with itself, sir, and with the general public. Those are the types of changes, sir, that even in this environment are good. They are good changes. And all they need now are to be fine-tuned, to be able to make sure that we have people accountable, because there's no point in you staying at home and saying that you're working, but you're not filling out the form to say what you did while you were at home. So there has to be a level of accountability. And that is the point that we need to get to, sir. understanding what exists, but equally realizing that we have to put systems in place now that would be different from what we would have had in previous years to make sure that we capture as many people in the public service as we can to be able to drive our economy, sir, and indeed our society. I want to endorse my colleague, Minister from St. Peter, who spoke about leadership and highlighted the importance of leadership across the service. We have said that at the level of education, for sure, that leadership is critical. If you don't have strong leadership, children ain't gonna listen to you, the teachers ain't gonna listen, the administrators not gonna listen, sir. It is important that in everything that you have strong leaders and you have strong leadership. And I hope that as we make this significant step in empowering people, that amongst this 3,100 emerges people who are suitable for leadership positions and who are not afraid to call a spade and to do the right thing in the name of the people of Barbados, sir. I want to again applaud the Prime Minister for taking this bold step. We have been this road before, back in 2007. We are back here again, sir. It shows a party and certainly a leader that is determined to complete a number of the things that have been started along this journey. It demonstrates, sir, a willingness to ensure that the laboring class in this country, and especially our public servants, are given their just due. And we have a responsibility, sir, to support this type of legislation, make sure that we hold people to account, and that we are able, sir, to empower even more people. I suspect there may be more people on the list to come, because maybe we have a number today, but there may be others that we have not captured. At this point, it doesn't matter, because the legislation is here and the empowerment has started, sir. And it therefore means that our people need to understand that the transformation process has started and they are a part of that process. And therefore, they need to get on board to help us to achieve our agenda. Sir, I am obliged. Again, I support this, this bill, and I would commend it to this chamber for passing.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, I raise to support the bill before this honourable House. I am in the very difficult position, sir, of having come after some sterling examinations of the proposed legislation and a very capable analysis, dissection, identification, explanation of pretty much all of the issues that are capable of arising under this bill. Sir, I must commend the Honourable Attorney General, the member for St. Joseph, on what was perhaps the most crystal clear presentation of a bill in this chamber so far. The Honourable Attorney General, sir, admitted at the beginning that it is a difficult concept. Some people are not going to grasp it. There are a lot of balls in the air, and we tried to settle on what is effectively, sir, the best average in the situation. But he took great pains to go through who the legislation applies to, what was the mischief it was intended to correct, the classes of persons to be affected, those persons who will not be considered, the options for those who will not be initially considered to be considered retroactively, the mechanism for addressing some of the anomalies that arise. He went through it exceedingly clearly, sir. And during the break, a number of people who were not quite sure as to how it would apply to them contacted me to say they now understand. So I, sir, in this instance, was supposed to be coming as the backup to clear up anything that might still be outstanding based on comments received afterwards, sir. But I don't think there's a person who has listened that is unclear. Actually, there's some who are very clear now and who are disappointed that it does not apply to them, but they understand exactly what was meant to be addressed here. Sir, I just wish to echo a couple of points just to emphasize them, sir, because some bear repeating for for persons who may be tuning in late that will not have heard the initial presentation. Some bear repeating for those persons who may still have a niggling question and may just want it broken down into plain speak. This bill, sir, is not intended to be the only route for appointment of persons in the public service. So the fact that this bill or this legislation does not apply to you and you are not caught under this is not the end of it. The normal mechanisms in the public service for appointments and promotions still obtain. This bill is meant to clear up a situation that exists at this exact point in time. As we stand here now, there's a situation where persons who are entitled to be appointed by previous legislation have not been so appointed. And this bill says we are moving past an entitlement. We are moving past an entitlement that somebody else needs to act upon for you to get your due. We are moving past an entitlement that is there, as we say, in rem, but not de facto. So it exists in law, but does not have a factual application to the persons who it concerns. We are saying that as of the 1st of October, if you are entitled to be appointed under the legislation, then you will so be appointed with nothing further having to be done. It removes all requirements of dependency on an external party, on a third party. This effectively, sir, is the government saying enough is enough. This football has been kicked around long enough. This is the state of play, and so let it be. Sir, this is a clear of a backlog. We who, sir, have practiced in the courts of Barbados know what problems a backlog can actually cause. A backlog prevents new cases being heard. A backlog confuses the system. A backlog gives you a misconception or a misperception of the facts that obtain at any given point in time. We have a situation, sir, where there are a number of people who are entitled to be in positions. We thought it was one figure, between 1,000 and 1,500 in total. We're now finding out that 1,000 and 1,500 would have been the minimum figure in one category. So there, I believe the figure given, sir, now is over 3,000 persons who stand to be affected and have some measure of security as of the 1st of October. Now, this was a number beyond the contemplation of the government. So the problem that we thought we were dealing with, sir, is a problem that was seriously underestimated by everyone concerned. That points to a whole different set of issues in the public service. That points to other things that need to be addressed. That points to the fact, sir, that there's chaos within the public service. So what we're attempting to do now here, sir, is to remove that chaos. There are persons who are going to be disadvantaged initially by what we're trying to do. I've had conversations, very direct conversations with persons who are saying this is unfair to me. You could not have meant to do this to me. Now, we understand and we sympathize. From the get-go, the Attorney General started, within his first 2 minutes of speaking, the Attorney General acknowledged not that anomalies may occur, that anomalies will occur. We had examples, sir, before we even started. We knew of persons who were going to be, I don't want to say negatively affected, who are going to be disadvantaged initially by what it is we're trying to do. In discussions, we know names, we know positions. Some work with some of us ministers, some are under, some have spoken to us directly. We know they exist. So it is not an error, or we have not overlooked people, or we are not trying to deliberately disadvantage people. But sir, if you have a house of chaos, if you come into a completely cluttered room, let's use this chamber, sir. If this chamber had every single piece of furniture in this building in it, we couldn't function here. You would come in, You wouldn't know whether to turn left or right. You wouldn't know where the speaker sits. You wouldn't know where the leader of government business sits. You wouldn't know where the leader of the opposition sits, because it would be clutter and chaos. It's almost like when in your mind you have too many things running through it at one time, you just don't know where to concentrate and you get confused. And what you then have to do is dress back and simplify. So in this instance, the vast majority of persons who we are trying to correct the situation for are the persons who actually stand to benefit. So if there are 3,000 persons who stand to benefit, there are probably 100 persons who stand to be negatively affected. A mechanism exists for correcting that. We know it, we made sure that it is there. We expect that in short order, the persons who are disadvantaged initially are going to make their case to the relevant authority to be considered and to correct the anomaly. We do not intend to unfair anyone. There's a principle in law, sir, that's the principle of equity. There's also another principle of legitimate expectation. If just because of happenstance, you stand to not be considered here, we cannot overlook your years of meritorious service. We can't overlook your years of performing excellently in a position because you happen to not be in a higher position now for 3 years. That is when you make your case. You say, I would have acted somewhere else for 10 years. I got moved 2.5 years ago. So I now don't stand to qualify for the previous position where I was acting, or I don't stand to qualify for the new position where I was acting. But look at my service. And sir, there's a good chance that when you make your case, you may actually not even be appointed to the lesser position. You may stand a chance to be appointed on merit and based on performance and based on the equity of the situation to the higher position. So some people who now feel that they are going to be disadvantaged by this may end up actually being advantaged. They may end up being confirmed in the higher position which they are not qualified for at the moment. So, sir, it is simply a matter of clearing house. When we remove the 3,000 people who we're taking care of in this one out of consideration, then we have a much smaller figure that we can consider each person on a case-by-case basis and ensure that they get the treatment and the satisfaction that equity, legitimate expectation, and just general fairness requires that they get. So the persons who may believe now that they're being disadvantaged may end up severely advantaged from having the benefit of individual consideration of their particular circumstance and a decision being made that satisfies the justice of their particular case. So they need to not give up hope. We are not here as a government. Nothing we've done as a government is to disadvantage anybody. Our policies as a government have been to enfranchise people and to make things right, to make wrong things right. And this is another instance of that. Sir, the other point that needs to be driven home, COVID has brought many things into sharp relief. We cannot continue operating in the way that we did. There are many of us who believe that things were necessary and that the ways that we existed before were the only ways to exist. A lot of people used to go to Miami once a year to shop. They felt that they couldn't get by without buying 10 pairs of shoes. I'm not speaking about anybody in particular, sir. I am definitely not now speaking about the leader of government business. But people thought that these are the things that we had to do. But people are realizing that since COVID came in and the lockdown and the initial shutdown of the country in COVID, that you don't need 20 pairs of shoes, you may need 2. A lot of women now, sir, don't buy lipstick because they go in a mask. Eyeliner is more popular than lipstick. I have a wife. I have a wife. But sir, we have learned now to be leaner and meaner. We've learned now to do more with less. We've learned, sir, that many things are not a necessity. We've learned to prioritize. In the same way, Sir, the ways that we do business have to change. I see people are still stuck on the whole lipstick thing. Focus. 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 Yes, sir. We have to learn what makes sense in what is now the new normal. Government has had to severely prioritize. This government is now doing more than any other government before, with less than any other government before had to operate with. But that is what is required, sir, in these circumstances. In the same way, the public service cannot continue to act as a dead, bloated elephant. The public service, can I have some water, please, Wayne? The public service, sir, has to be fit for purpose. I've come out of the private sector. You, like myself, sir, have always been self-employed. Well, have been self-employed as an attorney. We learn we have to make decisions that are in the best interest of our business. You don't keep on somebody who is not producing, right, because they've always been there. Then your business would fail. That is how businesses run. Government now has to start to run in the same way. So longevity is but one. Loyalty is but one consideration. It is not the only consideration. This emphasis and preoccupation, sir, with seniority has warped our concepts of what are necessary for a successful business to run and for a successful government to operate. Government now needs to move to a position where we attract the best and the brightest, where we want the best and brightest to come, where the best and brightest can come knowing that there's a chance for advancement based on their merit and their performance. That is the only way the government is going to be able to survive in the long term. If we don't use this opportunity now to change that mindset and that way that we operate, sir, we are lost. This is now the perfect opportunity to draw a line in the sand and start to build Barbados back as we want it to be and as we know it has to be. Sir, just 1 second, sir. Thank you. The other thing, sir, that was asked is if we knew there were going to be anomalies, why are we pushing through the legislation now? With the amount of different scenarios that are operating in the same time, in the same space, with the amount of different persons and different circumstances, if we attempted to draft the perfect piece of legislation that captured and addressed every single circumstance and situation that will arise, we would never get it done. We would never get it done. If we attempted to draft a piece of legislation, sir, that addressed the 3,000 people who are going to benefit, and then in that same piece of legislation tried to address every person who was acting and got promoted to a different position and has not been there for 3 years, or who's acting somewhere, sir, there's too many permutations and combinations for me to actually do justice to it. But the point is, if we attempted to cover everybody now, this piece of legislation would not be here. We could not get it passed. We couldn't get it drafted. So in this case, it is necessary to draft and deal with the majority and then come back and take our time, sir, and deal with the vast minority on an individual basis. Sir, I am glad that this piece of legislation is before us today and we're about to pass it, because this directly impacts a number of departments under my ministry, sir. Sir, with respect to the Immigration Department, on the 1st of September 2020, the Protective Services Commission, sir, approved the appointments and promotions of 53 officers in the post of Immigration Officer 2 and Immigration Officer 3. Another 30 persons in acting positions were forwarded for consideration under this new bill. So in addition to the 53 that went before, there are another 30 persons, and this includes, sir, senior immigration officers, 1, stenographer, typist, clerical officers, assistant accountant, senior clerk, cashier, messenger driver. So in the immigration department alone, some 83 people are going to finally be able to put their lives in order and know exactly where they stand with respect to the public service in Barbados and their appointments. And that is a good thing. Sir, if we look at the fire service, well, I believe that there are actually more persons acting in the fire service than there are appointed. Almost every senior position in the fire service is acting. And what it did, it created a block, a glass ceiling for all the young persons coming in. So you have a whole slew of young persons who have joined the fire service, people with degrees, people who are enthusiastic, who cannot go past the point because there are no posts to be filled. This in one frees it up. When I first was named the minister, sir, appointed the minister with responsibility for the fire service, I went and had a meeting with them. And the chief fire officer said to me, the greatest issue they have is not equipment. The greatest issue they have is not even the amount of fires. The greatest issue that the fire service had was demoralization in its ranks. A lack of morale because nobody could move. There was nowhere to move to. I think the chief fire officer himself, sir, has been acting for, I don't want, very many years. Very many years, sir. And I went today, sir, to view the body of an officer who died last week and who's going to be buried tomorrow. And there was a mixture. I expressed my condolences to the members of the fire service because it was at the Arch Hall fire station. But sir, people, while they were mourning their colleague, but they felt a spark of hope at what was happening here today. This is affecting many people, sir, and is affecting them positively. I do not believe there's going to be any major fallout in the public service over this. Actually, sir, I think there's going to be widespread jubilation and celebration, which the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, as a good Christian man himself, sir, should appreciate, because God loves a joyful heart. The Lord loves a joyful heart. He loves his people to be happy. Sir, I did not intend to be long. And I just want to assure the Honourable Member for St. Michael West that there's no mischief in this. If, sir, there's some significance to the date, then, sir, the import of that was lost on me in our deliberations. I can stand here and say that it was the closest convenient date to do it. I know of no other reason why that date was chosen. If the Honourable Member would have felt better that it be the 1st of January or something, sir, then I couldn't side with him on that, because that meant the good people who stand to benefit would have had to wait it that much longer. No day, sir, is too fast to do something as good as this.
Oh, last week.
Sir, I say the timing is right. He spoke about timing. I say the timing is right, sir. Because now is always the perfect time to do the right thing. And with respect to motive, sir, we're doing it now because it is necessary and because it is simply the right thing to do. I hope that I have, in some small way, served to allay the fears of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, who I don't want to be troubled by this when he has other things to consider, sir, like who to run in St. George North, and exactly how they plan to mount a campaign. And
Especially without money. Yeah.
And sir, I in the midst of, I guess, his pending hopelessness, I would like him to share in some of the joy and hopefulness that the rest of Barbados feels. And I just simply wish to say to him in one word, I can answer his concerns in one word. Why now, Honourable Member for St. Michael North, St. Michael West? Why now? It is now because it is never the wrong time to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to add my congratulations to the government for taking this bold step to ensure that the civil servants and the public servants in this country who have been acting for so long, many of them have been working beyond human call to be able to fend for themselves and to feed their families. And I think it is really very important that the Honourable Prime Minister and her team have sought to look after the needs of those persons whom we know are generally ordinary folk, poor people, who are relying on funds, on the salaries that they get to be able to look after their family, especially in times like these where COVID has taken over. Many families are unemployed, and those persons who are currently working are ensuring that they look after all of the families, their children, grandchildren, other family members who may not be receiving any funds at all at this time, and they're relying on mostly the state institutions to be able to survive. I knew, and I would have been a part of the team in 2007 under another Barbados Labour Party management, a government that sought to provide Barbadians with their appointments so that they can get security of tenure. We know for many years there were persons who worked as general workers, especially in the Ministry of Public Works then and Transport, in the schools, in the Sanitation Services Department and so on. And they worked for so many years, sometimes 30 and 40 years, but did not go home with appointments, and then they did not get any gratuity. And it was really very hard on them. And they're the backbone of this society. They're the ones who were cleaning the schools, making sure that our children were healthy. Those school meal servers were the ones serving the meals, preparing and serving the meals. There were the men who were working in the road and the women weeding and cleaning to make sure that our streets and other environments were clean to facilitate not only the locals but the visitors among us and whose tourism dollars we required to be able to help us to build our economy. And so it was a very novel moment for them to become public workers, to become appointed. And we called it, at that time, the piece of paper. I, too, would have been in the system for many years when I was so much younger, especially in the classroom, where teachers at my level functioned in the school. We did exceptionally good work because we came in with good attitudes. We came in wanting to serve, and we did serve. And there were many other civil servants or public servants who did that too. But I stayed in the government system for straight 11 years, not being appointed, applying for whatever positions and still not being paid attention. And there were times when there was no money at the end of the month because the forms were not sent up for us because the appointments were 3-month appointments. And there's a special form that is sent up that if that officer is on holiday and that file is on that officer's desk and nobody fills in, then you did not get the request submitted to the public administration department that your salaries could come. And there were times when people had to walk there because there were not a lot of telephones at that time. And it was a very heart-wrenching experience for me as an individual, filling in a space but not getting that appointment, and therefore my salary was not available. And I know what the pain is like, and therefore that is the reason why I will choose to give these few moments to be able to speak to this matter, sir. Now, I know that this opportunity did not just spark to do with any by-election in St. George North. We have been discussing this at our parliamentary level for quite some weeks now, because almost every day somebody says, I've been acting in this position for 4 years, for 3 years. And ma'am, what can happen? What can the government do? We want security of tenure. We don't want for anything to happen and then we are sent home unceremoniously. So we know of the fear, especially mothers and fathers as well, because a lot of men are willing to go to look after their children. And if they're not sure about the position that they hold in the job, then they are becoming timid because they've seen how an administration before this one, in that last 10 years, and we call it the last decade, and it is true, because many people should have been given the opportunity after the startup of 2008 that they could get their appointments, and some went on for 6 and 7 years later and were not given those appointments until almost close to the last general election in 2018, when a minister chose to invite people to Erdiston College to distribute appointment letters to people in their hands as though I give you this or vote for me mentality. I have a problem with that. Yes, you want people to vote for you, but you have to treat people with the dignity that is expected so that they know that it's not tying my vote now to the letter that I should get after 7 and 8 and 9 years. And a few of them were given their appointment letters, but there were so many others who were overlooked because I believe those persons then offered the people in their constituencies so they can get their votes. But of course, you know, the ones that were living in the constituencies that we represented in the Barbados Labour Party did not get. So I had people in St. Thomas who worked so many years and never got a letter during that time, leading up to the last election, because they were living in St. Thomas, so there's no real problem there. If you hand it in, it means that Ms. Ford will get the vote, and it is a whole lot of nonsense. I believe small island mentalities when it comes to voting and so, and those persons who want, it is wrong to suppress people who have been given of their lives to help to build this country. And so I am so proud today to know that just over 3,000 Barbadians, poor black people, that we go out and boast that black lives matter. And we treat black persons and other persons, and I don't care which color it is, any human being deserves the dignity of being respected and given the service across the board without any special favors or anything. So I'm really very proud to be a part of this administration, because I know that tonight many teachers and janitors and general workers and so on are going to be extremely happy to know they will get security of tenure through this passing of this legislation. And it is really very interesting, because I remember very distinctly in the 2000s when we were the government that the National Housing Corporation in particular would have had the General Workers Fund. And when those persons received their papers, they call it, their credentials, their letters of appointment, they were able to go to the National Housing and get a $10,000 because they now have security of tenure. And they were able to add on that waterborne facility to the house. Many of them were able to go and buy a little car that they can get to work on time, or they can get their children to school or do their own personal matters. And for me, that was really very profound. Now, we noticed that over the last few years, because people were being retrenched, many of them were being sent home before the ones when we came in and had to do it as a part of the program that we wanted to offer to stabilize this economy. We know that there were persons in 2013, just after the election, those people at Beautify Barbados, of which about 35 of them were people from St. Thomas who were working. All 59 of them were sent home unceremoniously. Those were people who were waiting to get appointed that they could look after themselves, that they can fend for themselves, and they were really destroyed as a result of that action. And there are so many others who wanted to be able to continue to work to make the difference, that they can fend for their families and improve. Many of them had their dreams set. Many of those who came into the system between then had their dreams set. And then because they were not appointed, person had been going to the bank last year, year before, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, and the bank is saying, you said that you saw a spot for sale in St. Lucie in one of those areas. Well, sorry, we can tell you, you can at least be able to borrow to do a mortgage, or you can borrow some funds from the credit union to the tune of $150,000. But sorry, we can't take that because you don't have any strength there. You may soon be sent home. You may soon be retrenched, and then we tie up the money and you can't get it. So many young people are out there waiting to buy a house spot, to be able to buy a house, to be able to get a small loan, to buy a car, to extend the house, to pay for their children's education. Because a lot of people had to go to pay for their children's education during that period when the Democratic Labour Party told them, university fees, we are not paying it anymore. You are going to have to fend for yourselves. And they did not have anything to go with to the Students' Revolving Loan Fund because they had no job or they were not appointed. This piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir, is going to turn that around on its head. And those persons are now going to be able to step out because they now have that security of tenure where they know they will work, they will get their salaries, and they'll be able then to pursue those dreams that they had all over the years. I have a caution though, Mr. Speaker, because I'm deeply saddened at what I see and hear almost every day. I would say that at least 95% of the public servants do a good job. I must say that. And it has nothing to do, I believe, with who you are when you call, meaning if it is a minister in government, if it is this conglomerate, whoever. It has nothing to do with that. But I think generally, our people need proper training. And I have a problem when a lot of people apply for a job, they are given the interviews, and then because of who you are, with a lot of nepotism in this country as well, I hate it. I hate it because it is destroying the pillars of what we knew would have been the civil service or the public service, where people always gave high standards of delivery, even when some of them didn't have 2 certificates and met the qualifications. Some jobs called for 4, but people were in there with 2, and they were struggling and they were studying, but at least they knew about human resource management and how to treat to clients. And I always came along and learned from working at Woolworth when it was 15 plus, because it was a summer job. I always learned that the customer is always right. But sometimes you pick up the phone and you call in offices, and it's not only the private sector now, public sector now, but in some public sector institutions. And you hear hello as though it is somebody's private phone in their house. For me, that is disrespectful, and it calls for good training. I know that as a young person coming into the governmental institutions, that we were given training. If it were not by the Ministry of Education itself, it was with the senior teachers and others within the classroom or within the school who will teach us what are the things to be done, how you treat to parents, how you treat to business people, and so on. And that is not coming through at all. So some days you call, you were treated so unkindly, people snap back at you. There's some institutions, and it's only a 5% or so that is doing it, but you listen to the calling programs and you will hear how people get responses from some governmental departments with those individuals who really require the training. And I'm saying, I don't care how many certificates, how many degrees people have, there has to be that human component where a person says, I did not get my pension on time. I went at the post office. I called at the National Insurance Office. And when I called, somebody told me we'll go back and wait. It got to be in the mail. We expect. We're dealing with thousands of people now. We can't tell you though. We can't talk. We don't call back tomorrow. It is wrong. You ask the postman. The postman says, we really don't know, because you know if we got it, we would have brought it. Even the postman at that level, more often than not, knows how to treat the people. But we're not getting our persons who have these big degrees and so work with some folk as a result of the queries and the concerns they have, even though those persons may not be able to deliver themselves well. And they might get agitated because they have grievances. How would any of us feel if we did not get the pension check on time? How would you feel if your salary did not come on time, when you know that you have your utility bills to pay, you have to look after your grandmother or father with Alzheimer's, you have to spend the money, but it is not coming. You ask the question, you may get agitated too, and that is wrong as well. But we have, as human beings, to entreat to one another in a way. And I believe that at the entry of the civil service now, all persons should be given some kind of formal training so that they understand their role, and that the customer, meaning the client who calls in, is always right, and bite back the words, but treat people with the dignity and the respect that they require. I also want, Mr. Speaker, and that is at the entry point. When people come in, I want to see that happening. I also want for us to make sure that the people that we hire, not the politicians, we don't interview anybody for any job or anything, but that we do not only look at the qualifications, but we look at suitability. There are some people who will land the best interview ever in the world, but then when they get on the job, some of them become so haughty. You cannot even ask them a question. And that is permeating the entire society. Sometimes you go into stores in Bridgetown or wherever you go, and you're waiting and you're shopping, and people look at you because they see you look ordinary. You want sign there? But somebody else comes in a jacket and a tie. If they see me, perhaps, let me use myself. Oh, ma'am, you look well. May I help you? But the little old lady who probably has the thousands of dollars more than me because I'm always broke, you do not say to her, ma'am, how may I help you? And you look back and you say, you don't want to sign there? But then you had a good proper English because you're talking to me. I don't tolerate that. I think that we must be across the board with the discipline. And so I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, how happy I am that this will take place and that we as a government continue to follow and train our public servants how to get along with people, how to treat people well, how to be punctual on the job, how to be regular. Because often people take a day off. And nowadays it's for the birthday, their own birthday. Then it's for the husband's birthday or the partner, whoever. Then it is my mother's anniversary. And now we have funerals all day and evening, mornings and evenings. People just take a day off. They just came back from holiday. It is time for me to go again. And who is monitoring them? So therefore I want to say, I want an appraisal system, a proper one. When I was in the classroom, I can't speak for teachers now, but when I was in the classroom, we had a strong Barbados Union of Teachers that did training for young teachers to let them know what is their responsibility. You are here to teach, to guide, to protect, to direct. But now some of these unions and the other institutions associated with workers are not doing that, and people are not following rules. And it would be useful if the honorable member who is in the Ministry of Finance and them let people know that when they're consistently absent, that when it is time for them to get gratuity, according to my simple understanding, that is taken out for all those days absent. There are some who are not sick at all and they're home 24/7. On extended sick leave, I want for the Honorable Prime Minister and her team get the medical board to board those persons who are at home and nothing is wrong with them. And sometimes you get to know that they are just at home because they feel like staying home because you're still going to get paid anyhow. Those are some of the things that we need to look at, because at the end of the day, the drain is on the economy. And when you're paying someone that stays at home for 6 months and nothing is wrong, they just feel like somebody has to fill in for them. So you're now paying the person in the substantive post because they're appointed, and you're also paying the temporary person who is filling in for that individual who is out. So you're paying out money twice, and we are feeling it in the economy. We are feeling it in the institution. That's why some of our schools can't get maintained in the way we would like, because the monies are going elsewhere. And I think it is about time that these persons who are going to get their appointments, that they be told, this is no slave thing that we are pushing at you. It is just that you're building up the public service and making it the institution that was envied across the world for how Barbadians had a culture of going to work, offering quality service, and making sure that they do what they have to do with an element of a professionalism. So I would want for the appraisal system to be put in place. When you don't come to work, that is recorded somewhere. When you do not deliver on time, that is recorded somewhere. And the different negative things that are coming through are that 5% of the entire service. The other 95%, I believe it is going well. And now with the technology, we're getting quicker responses and better delivery that makes the difference. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want the suitability, the accountability, the respect, the guidance to customers. Customer service is top of the line. Don't care whichever department, whether it's private or public, that you are in, to be able to make people happy. I am proud today, Mr. Speaker, finally, because I want to indicate very clearly that I know that many of my constituents, and I have to speak for them because I am one of the 2 people who in this country, the last election, was able to score the highest votes ever and any election in the history of voting. And I know that many of my constituents who have been there, who have been calling and saying all the time before they'd like to make a chance to do something with the house, to buy the car, to invest, or buy some bonds or something, but they can't because they tell me I'm only a temporary worker. I am sure that they are going to rest tonight. And I want to conclude by saying this Labour Party, from its inception in 1938, has always been there for the workers. to make sure that the workers are stable in the environments in which they work and that their security of tenure is looked after in the way that it should. And I want to say how proud I am to be in this institution again today, to be able to see an element of this nature, a set of activities of this nature, where people can now go to sleep tonight and dream that they are really happy about what has taken place, what is taking place today, where they will get their appointments, that they will feel that element of security in the job. And I ask them, I implore them, I beg them, live and work to suit the level you are at, so that the services trickle down or trickle across to everybody in this society, because today may be your day for your success. And yesterday may have been the day for somebody's sadness. And when that person comes to you tomorrow, let them know I listen to you. I hear of your concern. Let me check with the manager. Let me check with the person in charge. Let me check with the principal. Let me check with the minister or whoever is in the department that I can help with the solution to the challenge that there may be. And there are many who will call, and when they come back, they will call on the radio as well, because that is a very clear medium now for people to be able to say. They'll call and say, I went to National Insurance and I felt so good this morning. I was so well treated. It makes a difference in the lives of all of us, because service is what we all require. And if we expect to get the service, then we too should be giving that service to others. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say how happy I am, and I am looking and praying that other forms of appointments will come and other benefits will accrue to those other persons who may not be in this category now, but I have a passion for the police officers and for nurses and persons who are frontliners. And I pray, and prison officers as well. And I pray that whatever packages could be organized for them for the future, that it happens, because policing now is more difficult than ever before, because our people in Barbados were always well disciplined. You cannot legislate good behavior. You cannot legislate good behavior. And so we know that those frontline workers are the ones who will meet most of the humps and grumps and the insults and the criticisms. But I believe and I pray that they will continue to walk with the dignity, work beyond human call, as I know they do, but that some kind of special package will be given to them to make the difference. And I'm sure that once the economy begins to grow, we begin to improve in the areas that we are working to be able to get the funds coming in, that those frontline people will be able to get a better deal so that they too can live a different or better quality life for safety, looking after their families, building their homes, getting whatever benefits that they require to be able to go to the next level. And so, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by thanking you sincerely for giving me the few moments. And I pray that those 3,000 odd persons will be able to continue to give those good attitudes, the good services to the people of Barbados and to the visitors who will come among us, because you're talking immigration. Visitors are going to go there to have their matters regularized. Wherever it is across Barbados, that people and workers, especially public workers at this time, that they will offer their services and make sure that they conform to the high standard that we know that we have been, because at the end of the day, it is about people. And people matter, and when they do the good, the God of heaven will continue to give them the strength and the opportunity to be able to do even better. So I wish to thank you, sir, for the moment, and I wish that other members who are here not only will express their thankfulness to the government and so on, but as we go around Barbados, that we will let people know it is because this Barbados Labour Party has always cared and will continue to care, because human development is critical, and when people have funds, they can spend, they can share, they can deliver the services and bring back our public service to that high level that we know it has been before, so that at the end of the day, all Barbadians are proud of the services that they receive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to lend my support to this debate and to endorse the public service bill that is being discussed here this evening, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, back in 2006, I was employed under the late Professor, the Right Honourable Moore after administration. And back then, sir, I was assigned to a department under the Ministry of Social Care. And the member for St. Michael East was the minister presiding over that ministry 14 years ago. And the government had changed, sir, in January 2008. And by the year 2009, sir, I was a victim of political attacks. Mr. Speaker, sir, please note that the former Minister of Finance, who was the minister presiding over the ministry back then in 2009, I remember, sir, one day I received a call from a manager at the time telling me that the acting director at the time wanted to meet with me and wanted me to attend a meeting at headquarters. Innocent me, Mr. Speaker, sir, gone to this meeting without a representative from the union. Although I was a member of the NUPW at that point in time, and knowing that the Dems were on a rampage and were out destroying the lives of people who they felt were affiliated with the Barbados Labour Party at that point in time, Mr. Speaker, sir. I attended this meeting, Mr. Speaker, sir. And in this meeting, I was told by the acting director that at the end of September 2009, I will no longer be employed by the department under the Ministry of Social Care. Mr. Speaker, sir, I asked why not. And the acting director said to me that the Black Rock Lazaretta was closing down and she had to find room to place the employees. My next question, sir, Mr. Speaker, what that had to do with my job description. Anyhow, the acting director looked at me, Mr. Speaker, sir, and she said to me, she have her job to do and she only following instructions. Mr. Speaker, sir, would you believe that the former Minister of Finance, who was presiding over the ministry at that point in time, had the acting director doing all of his dirty work? And the acting director, Mr. Speaker, sir, was victimizing those who were employed under the Barbados Labour Party before the government changed. But I recall when the member for St. Michael Southeast was speaking, sir, she spoke about politics of inclusion. And I can honestly say, sir, that the Democratic Labour Party do not know the true meaning of politics of inclusion. All the Dems know is about them, and only them, and nothing else but them. And it's so funny, sir, that even the last AGM that the Democratic Labour Party had, a reliable source that attended the AGM, he sent me a picture of a ballot, and the only names that were on this ballot was the president of the Democratic Labour Party and her disciples. I said that to say, sir, that the Dems only know about thieving and nothing else but thieving. Mr. Speaker, sir, can you imagine that after all the wickedness that took place when I was employed back then, I was a constituent of the former Minister of Finance? Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. And would you believe that my supposed to be representative at the time, because I was affiliated with the Barbados Labour Party, and he heard that I was a friend of the member for St. Michael Northeast, he took it upon himself, sir, to try to victimize me as much as possible. But despite all of the drama that took place, the former Minister of Finance, sir, had instructed the acting director at that point in time, when he was the then Minister of Social Care. And I guess this was a move to avoid the embarrassment, being the MP for the area and I being a constituent of his at that point in time, to relocate me from the department I was working in into a different department, but under the same ministry. And would you believe, sir, after fighting for my job, that the Dems decided to move me from one post and place me in a different post, Mr. Speaker, sir. And by doing that, sir, my salary scale had changed. And I remember, sir, that if I was working, sir, back then, let's say for like $2,000 a month, my salary scale had changed and it had increased to like nearly like $3,000 a month. And one of the wicked things that I had to endure under the Democratic Labour Party back then, sir, which I said earlier was political victimization, was the fact that they had placed me in a different post, earning more money, but made sure that my salary remained the same when I was in the original post before they had moved me, Mr. Speaker, sir. These are the type of wicked things that the Democratic Labour Party will put some public servants through, sir. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that is not all, you know. I remember, sir, that after working nearly 12 years in the post, Mr. Speaker, sir, that people came in to government after me and received their appointment letters. And I was in there for nearly 12 years, Mr. Speaker, sir, under the Democratic Labour Party. I never, ever received my appointment letter. And people that came in after me, sir, worked for 4 years or 5 years or 6 years the most, came and received their appointment letters under the Democratic Labour Party. But me, who was working for nearly 12 years, never received my appointment letter. Sir, this is the type of discrimination and political victimization that some public servants up to this day still have to go through. And I'm very glad, sir, that this government have taken it upon themselves to make wrong things right when it comes to appointments within the public service, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I am very happy, sir, to be able to stand and to support this bill that will benefit employees in the public service, Mr. Speaker, sir, who are presently facing some of the same challenges that I had to endure under the DEMS back in 2009 until 2018, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I am happy to know that persons who I have left behind are probably still enduring the same challenges that I had to endure. Even some of my constituents who I know that work within the same ministry and up to this day haven't been appointed. I'm very happy, sir, to see that this government, after coming to office after 2 years and more, have taken it upon themselves to make wrong things right where appointments are concerned in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it means a lot to me to see persons who have been working for so many years haven't received their appointments. And sometimes, sir, I mean, it is so challenging when a person take a job letter to the bank that have on temporary, can't get a mortgage, can't get a loan, Mr. Speaker, sir, just because of political victimization under the DEMS. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I fully support this bill, and I hope that this government will continue on the trajectory that will continue to look out for poor people and people that may not have a voice within the public service, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, that those persons who are in the public service will not take this opportunity after receiving their appointments to become non-productive, but I hope that after receiving their appointment letters, sir, that they will continue to be more productive and continue to give efficient and effective service within the public service, sir. And with those few words, sir, I oblige to you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am honored to stand here today in the closing of this bill that is before us to deal with unfinished business. And I've come this evening to talk about unfinished business because that really has been the story of this government. It seems as though the path to cleaning up is never ending. And for those listening on, they may say, again? But for those who are in the trenches like us, I say, again. Again. Because it is ironic that we stand here today in this parliament that is sitting at his Worthing Christ Church. Not in town, but it was on this very road and in this very district that the most visible aspect of having to clean up was reflected, Mr. Speaker, on the eve of the last election. And of course, every one of us know that I refer to to the untenable and unfortunate situation with respect to the sewage running in our streets that led to a number of international advisories against our country. We had a similar situation with respect to with respect to cleaning up the affairs of government fiscally. We came to government and significant sums of money were owed by the government of Barbados to diverse players locally and internationally. And the amounts owed to different agencies, some state-owned, majority of the private ones local, but some overseas. And the sum of almost $1.9 billion was owed out at the time. And we have reduced that to literally just on or about $300 million, which we are working down. We had unfinished business to deal with tax refunds. Mr. Speaker, many may forget, since they are now getting back their refunds. As recent as yesterday, the government of Barbados paid out another $15 million in refunds to keep current. But we have still on the books just under $300 million in arrears from refunds that were due and owing from 2010 to 2016. And you may recall, sir, from as early as 2018, we started to pay back and to go current. By the October, November of 2018, we started to deal with people for the first time in almost 8 years with respect to their current refunds. Mr. Speaker, have we reached perfection? No. But are we significantly better off than we were 2 years ago? Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. And for those who want to challenge us, just pick up the mission critical agenda and look at it. And look and see, Mr. Speaker, how much unfinished business we have been having to deal with, because it seemed as though the decade of 2008 to 2018 was truly the lost decade. Mr. Speaker, I come here today as Minister responsible for the public service with a certain degree of pride. I thank the Honourable Attorney General for leading the bill this morning. I had to speak at the United Nations Summit on Financing for Development, which continues to be absolutely pivotal to our interests, because we need to be able to mobilize funds for development purposes after COVID, in the midst of a climate crisis, for the Caribbean region, for Barbados, because we all know the consequences of zero revenue for tourism for months, and the consequences of tens of thousands of persons becoming unemployed as a result of COVID-19. So I thank the Honourable Member for St. Joseph for doing an excellent job in leading this bill before this Honourable Chamber. I want to thank all of the Honourable members who spoke, including the Leader of the Opposition. I'm told that the Leader of the Opposition is supportive of this bill, and I thank him for that. I'm told that he's perplexed as to the date. Well, perhaps I say simply to him, tell me. I'm prepared to listen to hear what is the word. Sorry? What is it? Oh, I didn't know there was such a word called perplexity, but I learn every day. My concern, sir, is that I must tell you just now, on the way to the Honourable Chamber, I heard him in a loud aside when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East was speaking about things that seemed to be consuming his mind with elections. But I would simply say to him that when he spoke, he said money, and I wasn't sure what money had to do with his position or the member for Christchurch East, other than to say that that seems to be on his mind. But what is on my mind is the appointment of 3,100 people that were left unresolved. And what is on my mind, Mr. Speaker, what is my mind, Mr. Speaker, the numbers became, the approximate number, the Director General is here, is 1,900 persons. For persons, 1,900 persons, for persons who are temporary in temporary posts, and just under 1,200 for persons, temporary who are in established posts, and just under 1,200 persons who are temporary in temporary posts. But I want to go to this point. The Honourable Member asked, why now? And I said to him, I did not know that by sitting opposite me, that he has assumed all of the characteristics of the last man who sat opposite me, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South. I did not know that by simply sitting opposite me, that he would now assume that everything is to be put on pause or delay, and that he would fail to recall that those persons who stand to benefit from these measures are persons who need it all the more now because of COVID. Because some of these persons who will benefit, whether they be firemen, whether they be clerical officers, whether they be teachers or nurses, whoever, many of them are in serious need of additional support beyond that which their salary can give them. And the point that has been made by member after member after member after member in here is that the security of tenure is absolutely critical in order for any of them to establish a meaningful relationship with a financial institution in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, we all know that during 2020, there are very few people who have been able to go by without digging into their savings. And many of us have had to do it, and we've seen our constituents do it, because even if they themselves are not without a job, even if they themselves are working, they have a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a nephew, a niece, grandchildren, who have been disrupted by what has come to be regarded, globally, I might tell you, as the greatest disruptor of economic activity easily since World War II and possibly before the Great Depression. So, Mr. Speaker, what is it? I am not going to reflect on the fact that the Honourable Member for St. Michael West either is ignorant of the realities of fiscal management in the affairs of this country, or chooses to ignore or forget what is the reality of the ordering of our affairs. I may have been born on October 1st, but it was not me who made October 1st the beginning of the second half of the fiscal year of Barbados. It really wasn't me. The 1st of October represents the beginning of the last 6 months of the budget of this country. And if you are going to have a tidy mind to do tidy things in a structured way, then that is when you anchor yourself to things that are easily capable of being sectioned out and put into a block to allow us, in particular the member for Christchurch East Central and the members of the Ministry of Finance, the officers in the Ministry of Finance, to appropriately order their affairs. Similarly, we recognize that before we come on to the end of the year, there may be people who may need to do some little borrowing or some little settlement of whatever it is in their affairs. And that if we held on much longer, it would be a drag. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, this government has made it clear that we cannot do everything. But the things that we can do, we shall do in the interest of boosting economic activity in this country so that more jobs can be created and more people can work. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us be realistic. If you have a fire officer who's a senior fire officer has not been appointed. If you have an immigration officer, as I know many of them, not appointed, they have some work to do home at them. But the work will call for about $30,000. Not a kill cow, but equally not 5 cents and can't be financed out of their savings or can't be financed, Mr. Speaker, out of their salary. Why not appoint these persons to allow them to put themselves in a position to be able to undertake the work that is necessary? The rainy season is in. We know what it was last night to see a number of districts flooded. And I want to thank those officers and those members of parliament who came out to ensure that we could go and deal with the persons who have been affected. Although I will say to the House that it is rewarding that the runoff of water has been significantly improved in this country as a result of the cleaning. And I thank the member for St. Michael West Central and the previous minister, the member for Christchurch West, for working assiduously with the government for us to get there. Have we finished the work at Murphy's Pasture and Edmonton yet? No, we haven't. But I have every confidence that that will happen. I thank the member for St. Lucie. I perhaps should have remembered him up front because they tell me that most of the steel benders went to St. Lucie to finish a bridge there. Our heads were moved from Chapman Lane. I didn't know that he was still such a powerful man after leaving the ministry. But I salute him. Good, good, good. And the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to use both fiscal and non-fiscal measures to trigger economic activity in this country. This measure provides the security necessary for a lot of public servants to be able to make decisions. Some may want, as I said, to repair houses. Some may have medical bills to sort out. Some may have a child away at university. Some may have just simply a desire to do something for themselves that they've been planning for years, as many of us know that people are entitled to do. But then there is that other class, Mr. Speaker, who need also to acquire houses for the first time. And we have already, as a government, recognized that we have a class of persons earning under $4,000 per month, in some instances under $3,000 a month. I've given the story of a police constable or a single nurse or a single teacher at the very bottom now coming in. And they, like me, might feel that rent is dead money. I have said all my life, rent is dead money. From the time the rent leaves your pocket and you go, before you even give it to the next person, the money dead. You take that same money and you put it in a mortgage, and immediately a piece of it starts coming back to you like a boomerang. So that what you get back in it is equity and a capacity to be able to leverage that asset at some point in the future again. Rent is dead money. And that's why this government has been consistent in its view about the need for economic enfranchisement in this country. Now, if you believe and support economic enfranchisement, one of the most important things is security of tenure. And what is significant to me is that in the brief provided by the Ministry of Public Service to me, a lot of these people who are in these posts who stand to be appointed have been waiting in some instances since 2005. Do you understand what I just said, Mr. Speaker? That for 15 years, some of these 3,100 people have had to wait and put their lives on pause. And a government that was there for 10 years, the last Barbados Labour Party government, in fairness, the Honourable Attorney General might have spoken to it, in the Public Service Act of 2007, there was a provision for persons who had 3 years or more in a temporary post, in an established post, or in a combination of the two, to be appointed. And I ask myself, therefore, how do we 15 years later end up with 3,000 out of how many in the public service? Over 15,000. Leaving out the state-owned enterprises. There are about 15,000 people in the public service. That's 1/5. That's 20%. That's 1 in every 5 people in the public service of Barbados who stands to be appointed today as a result of the passage of this bill, should it pass this House, the Honourable Senate, and receive the assent of Her Excellency. Mr. Speaker, you know what 1 in 5 is? 1 in 5 for any established employer to have them on a shoestring is not a good thing. Now, I equally say that this government therefore believed that, and we started from as far back as 2018 to ask the Ministry of Public Service to start the process of appointments. There were legitimate conversations that we've had with the representatives of the workers, the union movement, the National Union of Public Workers, the Barbados Workers Union, even Unity, with respect to the customs officers. And the bottom line is that in spite of us agreeing with them, the length of time, Mr. Speaker, that it was taken to do the appointments would keep us in a constant game of catch-up and remaining almost on a treadmill, not being able to be fair to those who are now coming in and who expect that they too will have a normal career path, including appointment. Mr. Speaker, others have made it absolutely clear in this chamber today that this bill is not the only means by which public servants will be appointed. But what this bill does is to take a blockage of significant proportions, almost 20% of the mainstream public service, and to allow us to deal with them in good faith. When you have a temporary officer in a temporary post or a temporary officer in an established post, you got to wait for permission to pay. You got to wait for people to send up the application to get the approvals when the authorizations go down. I spend too much of my time just simply saying approve, I approve, I approve, I approve. And I've come to the conclusion that if we don't bring the public service of Barbados into the 21st century full, fast, and quick, we cannot go where we need to go as a people and as a nation. And that is why we have put on the table with the social partnership, and we will continue to review and conclude now, new arrangements for flexi time, new arrangements for medical boarding. Medical boarding must be one of the most frustrating exercises in this country, both for the person applying to be boarded and for the persons who are depending on results to know whether to turn left, right, go straight, go back. You can't get a result. In some instances, 2 years and 3 years. But it doesn't even take that long to go any part of the world. And you can't get somebody medically boarded in short order. So that this government, and take a copy of the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition knows it well because he signed it. He signed it. And at page 42 of that manifesto, Eddie, you always have one. You have it? 42 of that manifesto. The commitment to deconstructing and reconstructing what is the public policy we're trying to achieve. Well, we want stability and fairness in the public service of Barbados for each and every employee who is employed in the public service of Barbados. What is the public mischief that we need to make sure that in doing what we're doing, we're not unfairing people? And that's why we went back at it and looked at the combination of temporary and established and put in that. But more importantly, that we also put in, it's page 42 or 43? Page 42, right? Page 42, I didn't forget. Go and read it. But we also put in this bill today, Mr. Speaker, a specific provision which finds itself also in the Main Public Service Act, at clause 7.2, that where an officer to whom section 4 or 5 refers is prejudiced by the operation of either section in respect of an appointment to an office by virtue of the provisions of either section, the Governor General may appoint the officer to an office, the appointment of which results in remedying the prejudice. This exists in the current bill. And it was the Democratic Labour Party who introduced that provision in the current bill as well, so that I would believe that all of us agree that that fallback mechanism that says to the world, we don't know every single case, because we generally don't. And the reality is that the compilation of records and the compilation of actions is not always perfect in an organization as amorphous as the Public Service of Barbados. The rules are very often difficult. Indeed, I say that the only organization whose rules are more Byzantine than the Public Service of Barbados is the University of the West Indies, documents that establish the university and govern the Senate and other organizations within the university, and its financing, by the way, too. But the bottom line is that the public mischief is being met by this provision that says that we don't know. But I also want to invite those members of the public service who believe that this may do injury to them to write the Personnel Administration Department and to allow us to have a special file created so that we can go through them one by one, by one, by one. Because if the intention in the public policy being proposed is to bring fairness and to create opportunities for persons who are working in the public service so that they are empowered and incentivized to give of their best, then it cannot be the intention of the government to see anomalies and to leave the anomalies on the side of the road without reference or without consideration or without resolution of the same. So, Mr. Speaker, we are very, very, very clear on that. You heard me speak, sir, about the other things that we must do to modernize. The PAD department, for example, has sent me the list of the numbers all on disciplinary charges. I heard the member for St. Michael Southeast speak very clearly this afternoon, as well as others outside of this chamber. And like medical boarding, it cannot be that a disciplinary charge is an open-ended act, never to be completed, and to leave people in abeyance. Justice delayed is justice denied, however which way you look at it. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, this government will put in place arrangements to specifically allow us to be able to follow through on those disciplinary charges. Why? Because I make an allegation does not mean that somebody is guilty. It merits investigation. And after investigation, there is the rule of natural justice, which requires that, one, I do not be a judge in my own cause, but more importantly, that I be given an opportunity to be heard with respect to any allegation that is made to me, against me. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there is something called the Administrative Justice Act that literally binds the crown with the exception of certain departments. And the Administrative Justice Act, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, being a practitioner yourself.
309B.
309B, chapter. Remember, for St. Michael East looked at me and you, I'm not sure. Chapter 309B. But it deals with reparations within the context of the administration of the government of Barbados. So that people ought not to act arbitrarily. People ought not to act without giving reasons. People ought not to act in a way that reflects bias, conscious or unconscious. Mr. Speaker, the Administrative Justice Act is there. There may be those, and if late Sir Roy Marshall, who is no longer with us and who was my special advisor as Attorney General, indicated to me when I was AG, and I must tell you that I accept much of what he said, that the Administrative Justice Act has done some damage to the quality of decision-making in the public service because people are frightened that their actions and their decisions are reviewable, especially in certain departments. And that whether it is a school or whether it is a mainstream department, that we may have to look at capping the damages that may flow from improper or wrong decisions that may not be out of malice, but may be born out of inexperience, may be born out of not having sufficient facts, may be born out of a whole range of reasons. And that we may want to look and see how best we can treat to these issues without causing damage to the citizens of this nation. And Barbados is unique in having codified this form of behavior that is acceptable in public spaces. There are a number of countries that don't have the legislation. There are some common law jurisdictions that go on the basis of common law. And the bottom line is that judicial review has become a feature of our administration. But in some instances, I'm not sure that we have trained people sufficiently well in the precepts of the legislation in order to allow them to improve the quality of their decision-making. So we need to do that. We have committed to a massive retraining of both the public and private sector. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because nobody owes us a living, and nobody is going to do for us simply because we say do for us. We can only demand respect by earning respect. We can only demand respect by earning respect. And that means that we have to do the best job that we can do in every space, wherever we are, in the employ of the public space on behalf of the taxpayers and citizens of this country. I believe, sir, that that training should not be only in the area of your specific discipline, as I've said over and over, but also should be in the rudiments of what it is to be a good citizen, to be a star Bajan, to be able to recognize that we have a commitment to try to attain excellence in all that we do, recognizing that we have a commitment or that we need to have integrity and reflect honesty and transparency and accountability in all that we do. How we treat one another is important. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And we've tried to be able to create a new mission statement that I hope the Ministry of Public Service will make known to all as easy as people know ABC and 1, 2, 3. Because if we all understand what is the role that we each play in holding up this thing called a public service, then I'm satisfied, sir, that we will all be able to make many hands make light work and to allow us to move at a quicker pace. And why do I want that? Because at the end of the day, we want a public sphere that pays well, that treats people properly, and that creates opportunities for persons both in terms of training and education, but also in terms of enterprise development. Mr. Speaker, only yesterday, I met with some persons discussing the whole nature of a new concept with respect to how we treat to public enterprises, and the notion of something called public sector mutuals, which allow you to be able to identify the benefit, even in non-profit making entities that have only a social output. How do you empower the citizens? How do we provide for the entrepreneurial leadership that is necessary in every agency? Because entrepreneurial means taking risk. Doesn't only mean about money. How do we ensure that our workforce is empowered and liberated? How do we, Mr. Speaker, ensure that every agency in government, whether profit-making or otherwise, has a commercial discipline to it? And how do we have an ethos that is unique to the Barbados Public Service that allows us to know, you see them people who coming down who are our client class? Don't turn them back, or don't tell them come back in an hour, especially if you don't know how the little lady is going to be able to get money to go back home to catch. And then maybe, whether she's catching a bus, or whether she's taking a taxi, or whatever it is. And I say to people, even when I give my own example, it takes me 2 minutes to talk to anybody. 2 minutes. listen and see what they want. And if you can't deal with it at that particular time, Mr. Speaker, you ask them to come when you know you can deal with it. And if you can, because it's a simple issue, all the better. And if you need to refer them to somebody or to some agency, you do it. But what we have to do is that must be the ethos of everyone in the system, from bottom to top, from middle to middle, middle to middle, middle, middle. Everyone. And I'm asking that each public servant in this country recognize that it's down to us. It's down to us. It's down to us, each and every one of us. And this government wants you to know that we are trying to be fair to you first. It is unfair for over 3,000 persons to be working with this kind of loose arrangement that provides no security of tenure. We recognize that there are difficulties, but the difficulties are not insuperable. So that where we do not have enough posts, that is why you have the concept, sir, of supernumerary posts. So that immediately a supernumerary post can be created to accommodate the fact that that particular post may be occupied, but the person is on secondment outside of the public service for a considerable period of time, and therefore nobody can be appointed to come up. And once you stop and clog the top, you've effectively clogged everything coming down. Because the person who acting in charge is substantively holding a dozen posts, so somebody can't be appointed in their post because they can't be appointed in the top post. And it goes right down the chain. And that is what happened in customs. That is what happened in fire service. That's what's happening in a whole host of things. But customs was perhaps the most egregious example, because you had a controller of customs acting as a permanent secretary for over 10 years. So, Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? That you could not appoint a controller. The last government chose not to appoint a controller of customs. Now, could they have done what we are doing now? Of course they could have. And that's why I say to the Honourable Member, Mr. Michael West, I thank him for supporting the bill, but I wonder whether he is not taking on too many features of the man who previously sat opposite me, because he would then appreciate why this cannot be kicked down the road or deferred, because this is a matter that is past urgent. Well, I'm glad to hear that, then, so that we move forward with pace. It wasn't done sooner because we asked for them to be done literally by the manner in which it would normally be done, and we were able to complete appointments in the Immigration Department. We were able to complete the 132 posts with the customs officers and clerical things. But the reality is, in the absence of statutory authority, it becomes a tedious task. And what we are now doing is saying, look, there's a blockage. Everybody ever heard about colon cancer? You're going to have blockage in your colon. You may have a blockage in your stomach. You may have a blockage somewhere in your body. You take it out, and then you allow the body, hopefully, to recover and to rehabilitate itself. And Mr. Speaker, we have left out deliberately police and prisons because we believe that those still have to be the subject of a painstaking, deliberate individual appointment. But we are now in a position to do that in quick dispatch, having removed 3,000 others that the officers would otherwise have to do. And we've held police and prisons because they, more than any other agency, require commitment to a hierarchical disciplinary organization that, in truth and in fact, part of the difficulty that we face in the Royal Barbados Police Force today comes from the fact that there was a failure on the previous Service Commission to recognize the importance of the fact that the Commissioner of Police must have command of his officers, and that the Commissioner of Police has the right to determine, after exams and reports and other things, how promotions should obtain within the force. Now, Mr. Speaker, the last Service Commission, and I've said this publicly already, didn't only reject the recommendations of one Commissioner of Police in the form of Mr. Darren Doughty, and took instead the recommendations of the Deputy Commissioner of Police over the Commissioner. But then you had the current Commissioner of Police in 2018 send recommendations to the then Services Commission only to have them rejected. And the chair of the Services Commission, a former junior public officer, chairing a commission with a former retired senior police officer. Both of them were police officers. But neither of them currently serving and making judgments that rejected the current Commissioner of Police in the recommendations that he would have made to the Services Commission. Now, I don't know on what basis they would have had access to reports and records of the existing police who were being recommended. They might have had access to a passbook for George Street. They might have had access to other documents. But I know that they could not make the kind of judgments that they were making to counter the person who at law supervises that force day to day, every day. And Mr. Speaker, I make these points because we need to be careful in understanding that we are trying our best to create an environment within which people who work for the public service of Barbados can feel proud that they belong to a fair and transparent environment that gives them opportunities and that creates a platform for them to learn and to be able to move from strength to strength and to go and to look at things differently. Mr. Speaker, and we have to do some things differently. We are in discussions with the Corporate Affairs Department because we recognize that we need to take a different approach in order to be able to allow that department to restructure itself and to be able to work in a seamless way, giving them the opportunity to do it, along with support that we provide to them technologically and policy-wise to be able to make sure that they can deliver service of equality to the people of Barbados and to the investors in this country that will be of a superior nature. We're looking to working with the Ministry of Social Services, the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elderly Affairs to see how best we can change up how social services are delivered in this country. Because right now, we have a situation where you may argue that each department does not have sufficient social workers, Child Care Board, NAB, Disabilities Unit, Welfare Department, etc. But when you take all of them together, Mr. Speaker, as a former social worker yourself, you know that we have almost 400 people working as social service workers in this country, social sector workers, who, if each was treated as a first responder, would give us sufficient width and breadth to reach the entire range of problems from St. Lucie to St. Philip, from St. James to St. John in this country. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, the government is consumed not only, therefore, with the terms and conditions of employment, but also with the substantive purpose for which persons may find themselves required to work on behalf of the people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, there's one other topic that I want to touch on briefly before sitting, and that is the structure of our service at the very top. I make no mistake, I make no bone about it, rather, that I've raised it with the officers, and I raise it again. We have to ask ourselves whether the structure of the Barbados Public Service is meeting the needs of serving the country and our ability to do business in this country and to meet the needs of the citizens of this nation in the third decade of the 21st century. I believe that the time has come for me to appoint a small group, local and regional, to help us determine how best we can restructure aspects of the public service in order to be able to better deliver what we need. We can't keep talking about it and then nothing happens. And let me give you an example. In the way in which we have certain ministries structured, we have the permanent secretary who is the administrative and financial head of the ministry. We then have a chief technical officer. More often than not, the chief technical officer is S2, S3, and the permanent secretary is S1, S2. So the first problem you've got is that the person who is the chief technical officer will always want to go into the permanent secretary position because the pay and the level is better. But when you have now that level of movement and that level of disruption from ministry to ministry to ministry, a chief technical officer is in agriculture, is in public works, is in foreign trade, is in Solicitor General's department, is in the Chief Parliamentary Council's department, is in education. I can go on and on. And they're not there because we just want to be fanciful. They're there because government, more than any other institution in this country, is faced with complex technical issues. And if we are to regulate, then the chief regulator inevitably is the chief technical officer. We see it clearly with COVID and the chief medical officer. I have maintained that the chief medical officer has powers in this country that not even a prime minister or governor general has. And there are other powers that other chief technical officers have. The chief labor officer. And we have to ask ourselves whether we can continue with this situation where we are shifting people on a day's notice and 2 days' notice, and a project that's sitting down on a chief technical officer's desk is then put on pause for 6 weeks because they've gone on vacation. Now, I don't think it is fair to the chief technical officer either to have them operate at a level below the permanent secretary. That therefore means that government is continuously under pressure to fill that. Similarly, I believe that beyond the permanent secretary, can a permanent secretary in today's world adequately be responsible for finance, administration, human resources, and then policy too? Advising a minister? Where's Gupma? I shouldn't say that word, I don't know if it's the word in the English language. It may not be. I'm told the agent says it can't get spelled, but I'm sure that the bishop will help me spell it. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, that I think we have reached a moment in time where we need a small committee of 3 or 4 persons to do a rapid review of our public service over the next few months and to come back with us with respect to structure and how to be able to make us a more seamless organization, making the terms and conditions of workers very clear, because without satisfaction, and there's nothing more demoralizing for a public servant than acting in a position for years without being appointed, because it tells them not only about the money, but that you don't care enough to finish the appointment and to allow them to resume normalcy in their lives. And I feel strongly, Mr. Speaker, that these are things that are within our purview to be able to fix and to be able to allow the system to work far more efficiently and effectively than it is currently working. The concept that I have of Directors General simply builds on what existed from Mr. Barr's time with the Director of Finance and Planning. So you had a permanent secretary for finance, but you still have a Director of Finance and Planning, because the purview that they need to be able to stretch across from finance issues to economic issues to planning issues for the government, that person then has a helicopter view to treat to the minister in a different way. It is my judgment that we need it in a number of areas. We've already created one in foreign trade. And you may ask why. Because everything that we do literally in terms of policy, almost everything has a foreign trade component in terms of aspects related to goods or services or investment once we are trading beyond our borders. And to that extent, even just the simple things that we want to do, like making sure that Bajans can work making uniforms instead of sending the money outside for somebody else to make uniforms and buy food for the family. Those implications come down to what wiggle room we have, what policy space we have with foreign trade. We also have a Director General of Human Resources, because under the Human Resource Department, there are those that deal with the creation of posts and the qualifications for posts and appointments. There are those that deal with the actual appointments, interviews, and there are those that have to deal with the training component of it. And therefore, if you pigeonhole that person into a PS's post, in my view, you're not going to get the kind of broad, helicopter, strategic-like approach that we need. So that those are 3 in place already. And you may ask, what are the other 3 in my view? We need one for social services in this country, so that the purview over not just the CMO or the chief education officer or whoever, but that you have someone who has a complete understanding of how social services are delivered in this country, rather than being boxed into silos because of the allocation of ministerial responsibility. And then you need one in foreign affairs, because there is so much happening in this interconnected world now, Mr. Speaker, that it is impossible for us to function any day of the year without at some point having some level of interaction with people beyond our boundaries. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, we need one for infrastructure. You cannot continue without a Director General for Infrastructure who has oversight over the infrastructural development of the country. Last night, Mr. Speaker, I left up here in Worthing by the sluice gate after 12:30. I was in the Bayland with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, along with the Member for Christchurch East, Minister of Home Affairs, Minister responsible for disaster, emergency responses in this country. And he and I left up here. Mercifully, the member for St. Michael West Central was able to action what we needed action this morning already. And the bottom line is that you need somebody who can look from the slippage in the Scotland district to the roads that need doing, to the wells and water courses that need cleaning, to the signage that we say is critical. All of these things. But if you have a PS Public Works alone, the PS Public Works has no local standard in the Ministry of Environment, dealing with clearing of gullies and wells and waterways. What good are we as a government in the 54th year of independence if we cannot have the confidence to say that our duty is not to learn by rote and to repeat by rote? Our duty is to construct according to what is the public purpose we are serving. What is the public mischief we must avoid at all costs? How do we use technology to be able to better deliver what we need to deliver more efficiently in today's world? And who are the classes of people that we are serving? Is it the immigration officers today with this bill? Yes, it is. Is it the customs officers? Yes, it is. Is it the nurses? Yes, it is. Is it the teachers? Yes, it is. Is it the clerical officers? Yes, it is. Is it the admin officers and the senior admin officers? Yes, it is. All of these people. Is it the general worker? Is it the sanitation service worker? All of these people, ultimately, those are the people whom we serve in the public policy which we bring. But the public policy is not only for them to be appointed, but it recognizes that economically we will use a non-fiscal tool To be more precise, a legislative tool, and I believe that is page 26 of the Covenant of Hope, to use the other powers of government beyond tax and spend. Member for Christ Church East Central knows it well. That we can regulate, that we can empower, that we can legislate, that we can facilitate. And all of these things lead to people spending money, which leads to further economic activity in the economy and jobs being created in the economy. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at the construct with the 6 Directors General in order to be able to allow us to have that oversight that is sectoral. It's one of the problems that my cabinet, and I want to commend my cabinet ministers for being as receptive to us remaining as a team as far as possible. Because if we were to only drive activity in this country through silos, we would not get half of what we are doing achieved. And almost in every instance, their ministers have to work with colleagues every day in order to resolve issues, in order for action to happen in this country. Because the siloed approach takes away from progress. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I really would like a review of how we treat to the chief technical officers. I'm not unfairing them in terms of my reluctance to see them move to act as PSs, because I am conscious that this country does not have the luxury of delay or a buffer that we can overcome in this difficult environment, and that I need all hands on deck. In fact, the truth is that if we really want to know the truth, we have a dearth of capacity, not just in Barbados, but in the Caribbean community. And that's why so many of the regional institutions are critical to us, particularly at a technical level. The Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, the Joint Regional Communications Center that helps us with the vetting of all persons coming through, whether it's on the welcome stamp or whether it's at the airport or the seaport. And that is simply an agency of the Implementation Agency for Crime and Security. The one in Suriname, CAFSFA, that deals with agricultural health and food safety. And I can go on with the other regional agencies that literally are there because one of the key components of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas is, in fact, functional cooperation, because it is accepted that in our little small islands, we may not have the population base and we may not have the depth and breadth of experience that is necessary in order for us to treat to a wide range of things before us. So, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken longer than I intended to, but I think it was necessary. And I think it was necessary because this government has come here today to finish unfinished business, to deal with unfinished business, to deal with 3,100 people who were hopeful before, but who now know for certain that their issues are being resolved. There is unfinished business with the conveyance of the national housing units that were promised for free by the last government, but for the most part have not been conveyed to the people to whom it was promised. It means that those people in those housing estates, Mr. Speaker, you have one in your constituency, cannot go about their business. The member for St. Michael North has many. The member for St. Michael Southeast, the member for Christchurch West Central, the member for St. James South. They all have many. But they can't have their constituents plan out their lives. Christchurch West, he is now the Minister of Housing, so he knows that this has to be resolved. And we may well have to resolve it by legislation. And I've asked the Honourable Attorney General and the Minister of Housing to meet with a team of experts to see how best we can bring this thing, because the NHC is getting no revenue. The NHC still has the responsibilities, but the people who are in the properties who would like to do something or go and borrow some money to fix up something within the context of the covenants that will be there cannot do it, because for more than 12 years, they wait in vain. And for those 450 people who paid down money prior to the election in January 2008, in the throne speech, we have committed that they will receive bonds in the next few months. in order to be able to return the money that they paid ahead of the promise that was given, knowing full well that everything happened in a political silly season, and to that extent, in my view, and we made this promise in opposition, they should not be made victims as a result of that, and they should have their matters resolved. Mr. Speaker, this is the unfinished business of the last decade. Is it all over? Regrettably, no. But we shall continue to put all of the things that were not completed on the front burner for us to finish, because we are conscious, Mr. Speaker, that we have places to go and things to do for the benefit of a people in this country who deserve better than what they got in the previous decade. I simply say to them, however, that we can only do it as well as we would like to do it if we walk together in common purpose with a common mission. And I look forward to being able to help in that regard by making sure that not just myself, but all members of this government will do their best to meet with as many people and as many groups as possible to ensure that that common mission of how we take Barbados out of this challenging COVID times, how we meander the climate crisis, which last night reminded us only too well is still very much with us. How we do all of this depends fundamentally on communication. And I am not going to surrender the right to properly communicate to those who call it just simply PR. This is not PR. And for those who believe that this is PR, it tells me that they do not understand that the first step in the identification of a common mission is communication. The second step is being able to understand where the different players stand. And that is why I've been as clear as I have with respect to the choice that we have made in St. George North and other matters that may or may not be known to people in this honorable chamber, that will allow us to bring people who can pass a perspective on policies before they are settled, because we know at the end of the day what motivates us, what is our philosophy, and what ultimately we want to achieve with respect to the settlement of programs and policies for the benefit of the people of this nation. Together is how it shall be done. Through communication, we will establish that common purpose, that common mission, and together, Mr. Speaker, I give you the assurance that this government will continue to work in the interests of ordinary people in this country and of people of all sectors and interests. I'm obliged to you, and I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time, sir.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
Second that, sir. The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This House is now in committee.
Arrangements of sections.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, there are a few amendments to the bill. They've already been handed to the Leader of the Opposition. He would have a copy of the amendments would have been put in his desk, highlighted in bold this morning. We've added an additional section, and therefore in the arrangement of sections, we've inserted an additional number 7, and therefore what you will see is an arrangement which now has 9 sections. So I beg to move that the arrangement be amended to include a new 7, which would say exceptions to sections 4 and 5.
Question is that the arrangements to Second. Question is that the arrangement of the sections be amended. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
Question is that clause 1 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2, Madam Chair, there are a number of definitions to be inserted, and I'll read them quickly. Definition of Director General means the Director General, Human Resources, referred to in Section 6A of the Public Service Act, Cap 29. A definition of established office has the meaning assigned to it by Section 2 of the Public Service Act, Cap 29. Definition of public officer or officer has the meaning assigned to it by Section 2 of the Public Service Act, Cap 29. Definition of public service, it has the meaning assigned to it by Section 2 of the Public Service Act, Cap 29. Definition of temporary office has the meaning assigned to it by Section 2 of the Public Service Act, Cap 29. And with those amendments, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
Question is that clause 2 stand part. All honourable members.
As amended.
Pardon?
As amended.
As amended. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
Question is that clause 3 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4, Madam Chair, in the chapeau after the number 20, I wish to amend it by inserting the following words: of the Public Service Act, Cap 29. At 4A, I want to add Roman numeral 3, which would say a combination of a temporary office and an established office. And with those amendments, I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
Question is that clause 4 stand part with amendments. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Madam Chair, to be amended in 5(1)B, Roman numeral 3, to read to insert a combination of a temporary office and an established office. I beg to move that Clause 5 stand part with that amendment.
Question is that clause 5 stand part with amendment. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Clause 6(1), Madam Chair, to be amended by inserting in 6(1)C the words have been after not. So the phrase now reads, has a conviction which may not have been. So we're inserting the words have been. In 6(1)D, we're inserting the word Director General after the phrase who has been processed by the. So it would now read a person who is on medical leave for a period of at least 3 months accumulatively in any one calendar year and who has been processed by the Director General for referral. 2B, the word Director General is inserted in a similar context, so it would say who was referred to a medical officer or a medical board by the Director General. With those amendments, I beg to move that Clause 6 stand part.
Question is that clause 6 stand part with amendment. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, Madam Chair, we want to replace the existing 7 by adding a new 7, which will read as follows. The heading is exceptions to Section 4 and 5, and the clause, again, has been passed to the Leader of the Opposition since morning. It will read, Sections 4 and 5 shall not apply to temporary offices that were created in respect of a specific project, and the determination as to whether a temporary office is a project office shall be made by the ministry responsible for the public service. Subclause 2, where an officer to whom Section 4 or 5 refers is prejudiced by the operation of either section, as the case may be, in respect of an appointment to an office by virtue of the provisions of, you have either section there, right?
I have either section, but I don't know as the case may be, so.
Right.
Either section. Right. It doesn't say as the case may be.
Let me repeat. Where an officer to whom section 4 or section 5 refers is prejudiced by the operation of either section in respect of an appointment to an office by virtue of the provisions of either section, the Governor General may appoint the officer to an office, the appointment of which results in the remedying of the prejudice. With that insertion, I beg to move. With that insertion and substitution, I beg to move that clause 7 stand part.
Somebody second it? Question is that clause 7 stand part with amendment? Well, all honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Beg to move that clause 8 stand part.
Question is that clause 8 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Beg to move that clause 9 stand part.
Question is that clause 9 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Beg to move, Madam Chair, that you do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. With amendments.
Question is, I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee with amendments. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of Committees has reported the passing of one bill in committee with amendments.
Beg to move this bill be read a third time.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Passing a second. Passing a second.
I do believe that this requires a constitutional. The question is that this bill be no pass and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, this requires a 2/3 majority, so the necessity to have an actual vote. Mr. Marshall, just check to make sure there's no one.
Members who are not in assigned seats to come to the available mic to register your vote. Any time arises, sir. Any time arises.
Tone isn't here. Ralph not here. Ms. Motley? Ms. Bradshaw?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Ms. Ford?
Aye.
Mr. Humphrey?
Aye.
Your Honor, Mr. Clark? Aye. Mr. Hickson? Aye. Mr. Goodenejo?
Aye.
Mr. Toppin?
Aye.
Dr. Duguid?
Aye.
Reverend Atherley? Mr. Weir?
Aye.
Miss Husbands? Mr. Ford, Mr. Phillips,
Aye.
Dr. Brown,
Aye.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Rowe,
Aye.
Mr. Sutherland. Sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Abrams,
Aye.
Mr. Simmons,
Aye.
Lieutenant Colonel Bostic,
Aye.
Mr. Griffith,
Aye.
Mr. King,
Aye.
Mr. Huh? Mr. Strawn, sorry.
Aye.
Mr. Speaker, that concludes the vote. 26 honorable members voted in favor of the bill. Therefore, the threshold of 2/3 majority in compliance with Section 49 of the Constitution has been met.
This bill is so passed and conforms to the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, a recommittal of government notices, there's a need to withdraw and replace the resolution.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to withdraw the earlier resolution and to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $18,457,789 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2020-2021 as shown in supplementary estimates number 6, 2020-21.
Revert to government business.
Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's sitting officially, having concluded a very important piece of legislation. But earlier today, sir, you would have... Sir, I beg to move that the House be adjourned until the 13th of October. 13th of October at 10 a.m. Yeah, 13th of October at 10 a.m.
Speaking on the adjournment.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, sir. Speaking on the adjournment, sir, I would wish to be able to speak and to commend to this honorable chamber the service of the honorable member for St. George North, who I believe has written, Your Worship, Your Honor, indicating that as of tomorrow, he will be taking his leave from these honorable precincts, more specifically, the Honorable the House of Assembly, having served in this chamber for 26 years as a distinguished member of Parliament for the people of St. George North. Mr. Speaker, by now the public of Barbados is aware that the honorable member has also agreed to accept a position which I will have the honor of undertaking very shortly, of appointing him as the country's High Commissioner to Canada to be resident in Ottawa. And Consequentially, it will bring to an end his parliamentary career, which, as I said, has happened over the last 26 years. Sir, I don't know that there has been a more affable person that I have served with over the last 30 years in public life. I tried hard last night in preparation for today to recall when I have seen the member for St. George North angry. I think it may have been one or two occasions. But even in those moments, they were so brief and fleeting that you might have been forgiven for thinking that it was his brother or somebody else, but not him. I came to public life, sir, on or about the same time in terms of representative politics. The member for St. George North, the member for St. Michael North. There are others who are not with us now, literally, like the late Joe Edgell, the late Duncan Carter. There are others who are with us but not in this chamber. The Honourable Elizabeth Thompson, who is our permanent representative of the United Nations. All of us were in that 91 crew. That 91 crew that learned it the hard way. And we started with a defeat, and that defeat set us on the right path thereafter. It taught us all that we needed to appreciate, not know, appreciate about public life. That the judgment of the people does not define you. That it is simply a judgment as to where people stand at that point in time and what they want at that point in time. The people who rejected all of us in 91 embraced us, Mr. Speaker, willingly in 94. And in the case of the Honourable Member for St. George North, it was a case of going from strength to strength to strength to strength. Anybody who knew St. George before 1994 and who know it now would know that whenever the history of this country is written and the history of that parish is written, they will say that there was a representative who was able to achieve so much for his people. Not just in the ministries that he served, the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Public Works, but across the entire range of public and private and NGO services in this country. And I hold up the Honourable Member for St. George North as an example for those who are interested in public life and in representing people to understand first and foremost, your duty is to serve the people. Your duty is to serve the people. And thereafter, how you serve and what you do for them can be brought into play. But there are a few things, and today, and we will have a chance for greater and longer speeches because I'm constrained by the rules of this honourable chamber. But suffice it to say that there are a few things that I will forever remember him saying. This evening, the member for St. Thomas said, you cannot legislate good behavior. But I must say to her that the real originator of that concept was the member for St. George North, who, at a meeting that I should not speak about, in a place that I should not refer, once told a predecessor of mine, in dealing with legislation related to the abattoirs and slaughterhouses, that you cannot legislate out of culture. And as simple as the language was that he used, was as profound as the concept was that he was referring to. You cannot legislate out a culture. And that what was clear is that even if something is bad for you, spend the time first trying to understand that either before or on a parallel track, you have to bring people along with you. Because if the behavior of people does not change, or if the attitudes and values of the people don't change, you are not going to be successful purely by legislative prescription. And Mr. Speaker, I've never forgotten it, because it has served as a wise piece of advice for those of us who have been charged with serving the interests of people, particularly over the last 3 decades in this country. I want to say to the Honourable Member for St. George North that his work outside of St. George North will also stand to be recorded as adding value to the people of this country. He started first and foremost as a parliamentary secretary. I want people to listen. He started as a parliamentary secretary. He then served as a minister. He served along a minister in a ministry. He was in housing, he was in public works and transport. But even when he was parliamentary secretary, he had the occasion to act for a number of ministers in that first term across a range of sectors. And that gave him a certain breadth of appreciation that he carried with him throughout his entire service in this parliament. I go further. The member for St. George North was the secretary of our parliamentary party for over 20 years. Indeed, it is only in recent times when the Honourable Member for St. Lucie would have taken over from him that honor that befell him stood. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, he was the secretary to the parliamentary party when it was moved 10 years ago. And the fact that it never affected our relationship and our friendship speaks both to the quality of friendship that we had and the quality of respect that we had for each other, even through the most difficult of times. And I say that, conscious that we live in times where people are quick to curse and criticize at the scent of disagreement, far less in the presence of disagreement. And I have come to understand that in life, it is not every ball you can play, and it is not every ball that you should respond to. And I've watched quietly over the years as I'm tempted to call his name, and the rules of this house don't allow me to call it today. But I watched as my brother from St. George North showed that even in the face of disappointment at times, that you hold your tongue and remember why it is you came to public life. Not every day is sunny. Not every day is sunny. And in this representative, people know that they don't have a fair weather friend, and that what matters is the trajectory and not the single incident that may cause emotions. I also want to remind this honorable chamber, for those who don't know, that he didn't just stumble into representative politics in 1994 or run in 1991. The honorable member has been close and worked closely with successive leaders of this great political party, starting with the late, great Prime Minister J.M. Adams, former member for St. Thomas, continuing with the then member for Christchurch South, the Honourable Sir Harold Bernard St. John, getting even more intense with the then member for Christchurch West, Sir Henry Ford, and perhaps reaching its zenith with the former member of St. Peter, who, for want of a better phrase, but using a colloquialism that says it all to Bajans, was a partner in crime for the member for St. George North. Mr. Speaker, I think all of us know that and appreciate that there was a special bond between them. And I want now to speak to the Honourable Member since 2018. The Honourable Member has served as chair of the Barbados Agricultural Management Company for me, and has had the difficult task of trying to bring order to the unfinished business of that agency too, that was left with conveyances done and monies not paid and all kinds of other untoward things that have made it very difficult for the Minister of Agriculture and the government to be able to resolve things as quickly as we would have liked. But he brought to that task equally his quiet confidence and his determination not to be ruffled by anything. His willingness to consult, his willingness to be engaged, and his even-handed personality has meant for those who have had to deal with him that his departure will in fact be a loss for all of us. But what we may choose to regard as a loss here, I can assure you that the people in Canada will see as a gain for them. The member for St. George North does not go to Canada without experience either, because he is exceedingly well known to the Barbadian diaspora in Canada, having served at the beginning of his political career as a vice consul in the consulate at Toronto, working closely with the Ministry of Labour, and in particular the Farm Labour Program. And it is ironic that he is now going to close his political career by returning not to Toronto, but to Ottawa, not as vice consul, but as High Commissioner in charge of the affairs of this country in the nation of Canada. It has been my pleasure to have walked with this man, to have lined with this man, to have worked with this man, to have disagreed with this man, because you can't want a more agreeable person to have a disagreement with. It is true. It is true. And to have learnt from him. This was the brother that would tell me, do the job that you have. As I have told many others, let us do the job that we have. Don't focus on the extraneous things, the noises and the other things that you want to do. Do the job that you have, not the one that you want to aspire to, because the best recommendation for the job that you want to get is doing the job that you have well. I know it is the same type of guidance that he would have given to his children and to those close to him in St. George North all through the years. And I know that even in the face of difficulties, we all know what it is to have started projects and to watch those projects languish for 10 years. Whether it is the roads that were cut coming down from St. Helens, whether it is the pavilion at the Glebe, whether it is, in my case, in Kenwood Hill, or in the case for the member for St. Thomas in Rockhampton Road. We can go on and on, or whether it was the housing project at Lancaster. We can go on and on. Whether it was the Scotland District Authority that was passed, but the bill that was never established, but yet we could see the level of slippage in that part of Barbados that occupies 1/7 of our land area. And we ignore 1/7 of our land area for 10 years. And seeing land slipping to the ocean at Glen Burnie and land slipping from Horse Hill right back down to the coast. Whatever it is, we know what it is not to have business completed. But it did not stop us from working every day. And the member for St. George North distinguished himself even in opposition, even in the face of those difficulties of trying to bob and weave and achieving progress for the one person here and the one person there under the radar wherever he could. And I commend him for that detailed level of committed representation to individuals. There are many people I know who would like to have been here today to see our brother being elevated to a different form of service that will bring honor to the country. Mr. Speaker, this is not a usual occurrence in a parliament. But because of the manner in which the honourable member has chosen to take his leave from us, it would be remiss of me, as Prime Minister of this nation, and as leader of the political party to which the honourable member for St. George North belongs, not to pay this tribute on the moving of the adjournment on the 29th of September, on the eve of his day of departure from the Parliament of Barbados after 26 years and 24 days of distinguished service. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to commend to you as the Honourable Speaker that at an appropriate time, that some kind of occasion be organized to allow all of us to appropriately say thank you to our colleague, our peer, our friend, our brother, and now, soon to be with the agrément from the Government of Canada, our principal representative in the country of Canada. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just simply to associate the sentiments of those of us on this side with those expressed by the Honourable Prime Minister, and just to pay a few words, say a few words in tribute to the Honourable Member for St. George. I do concur. One of the most obvious things about the Honourable Member is his very amiable, affable spirit. And that was identified by the previous speaker. I've always found him to be that way disposed. That has been for me a very pleasing thing. There are some who are of the view that all of us involved in politics are a strange breed of beasts. I have not found the Honourable Member to be of that type of disposition, but I do concur. His amiability is one thing that commends him, certainly to me, and I am sure to the public of Barbados, particularly so to those whom he would have served in St. George North. Sometimes the culture attaching to our practice of politics in the Caribbean context, perhaps though not as bad as elsewhere, lends itself to manifestation of varying degrees of seeming hostility, even sometimes bordering on strong dislike and hatred. And in the context of that, oftentimes character assassination, personal, very grievous attacks are launched against your political opponents. I have seen that before I entered political life in the elective arena. I have seen that since I've been here. And it probably will exist long after I'm gone. But not everybody who gives himself or herself to the type of service that causes him or her to be a part of the political culture is given to that type of hostility that genders character assassination. And certainly Glenn Clark was, the Honourable Member of St. George North, was and is one of those people. I've never seen him engage in that type of sordid, undesirable behavior. And I think, though his amiable spirit commends him as a person, his approach to political debate, that particular feature, that lack of hostile, almost carnal disposition, tendency to vilify people, I think that commends him as a political practitioner in Barbados, and I salute him as well for that. He is, Mr. Speaker, one of those persons who now constitute the other side away from me, who would have gone to church with me a few times on my invitation. And I appreciated that. I think it demonstrated not only an interest in inquiring into spiritual things on his own behalf, but it demonstrated some degree of regard for me and respect for my testimony and witness. And I was happy to have him come to church with me a few times. You know, regrettably, sir, he didn't get saved, as we express it in evangelical terms. He didn't get saved. He didn't get saved, regrettably, on any of those occasions. He may have come close, but he didn't actually get saved on any of those occasions. But I think the evidence is fairly abundant that he lost some measure of enthusiasm for his better-known extracurricular proclivities. And that is something over which I do rejoice.
You take credit for that, I remember.
I think the experience, the exposure to the spiritual environment may have contributed to that. As he leaves these shores to serve the people of this country in another place, I hope that that period of life and service over there does not mark a return to those former days when his proclivities were well known. Yeah, he did. He has, the Honourable Prime Minister is right. He has on more than one occasion confessed his sins to me. But I think he would have learned that confessing of his sins to me does not bring him salvation. He has to confess them to a Father above. Because in confessing them to me, he is confessing them to a person, a creature of like manner, as he himself is. And he's got to call on a higher power than that. Were I to suggest that the Honourable Member is being forced out of office at this time, would not be to say that he has said that to me. And I want to make that clear. But having served for 26 years, it's not inappropriate. It's inappropriate in the minds who hear it, because their thoughts are located elsewhere. I am very clearly saying that no one can say of the honourable member that he said to me that he's being forced out. I'm trying to suggest that he's got to be very clear that the constituents of St. George North and the people of Barbados understand exactly why he is doing what he's doing and why he's doing it at this time. It is in the interests of his own legacy that he makes it abundantly clear why he's leaving at this time. We are in Barbados at the crossroads in the social context of our experience as a growing country. We are in crisis times, serious crisis times in Barbados. And those who would want to take my remarks out of context and to suggest I am saying something which is indecent and inappropriate need to reflect a little bit more. All I'm trying to say is, you're leaving suddenly. You're leaving at a time when your country is at the crossroads socially. You're leaving at a time where we're facing our biggest crisis economically. And the decision to depart has come apparently suddenly. And one would not, if one is genuine in one's sentiment towards the honourable member, one would want to be clear to advise him to do his best to make sure, as far as it is humanly possible, he communicates very clearly on the issue with reference to the timing of his departure and the purpose for which he seeks to serve the country in this new capacity. I commend the honourable member for his work in the constituency of St. George North. I do remember quite clearly that I've spoken about this before to him privately and said it publicly. Traveling towards St. Joseph one day and going along Highway 3, and it was in the crop time. So the canes had been cut. And for the first time, I noticed off to my right a massive housing development over in the area of Flat Rock. And I realized for the first time that the honourable member goes about his business in a very discreet fashion, and that he was doing things in St. George North, which were not necessarily obvious and evident to those of us who don't reside in St. George North. I have later learned, and only in recent days, that even the Prime Minister of the day, now departed from us, was surprised to see some of the things that the honourable member had done in the constituency of St. George North. I am commending him for his service. The service is not complete, the job is not done, and somebody else must carry on. There's still some basic things to be done all over Barbados, including St. George North. And I was through there a couple of nights ago, and the old car went through an experience. Not at the Barbados Labour Party meeting. Where was that held?
Oh, they saw you.
No, where was that held?
I
was driving through on the other side. the other end of the constituency, Mr. Speaker, and it was on Saturday and not Sunday night. And in the dark of St. George, I traversed some very, very, very rough terrain in places. I think I heard the name Ellesmere, and kind of places around the borders of St. George North. It is rough up in there. It is rough up in there. And if I know how the honourable leader of government and the honourable leader of the party pursues her politics, it would not at all surprise me if there is quick address of those matters. But they really do need. But Hawkins Land needs some help too. And down in Hinesbury Road, and you all are doing that. And I thank the Honourable Minister of Public Works, the incumbent Minister of Public Works, and his predecessor of recent times for addressing the problems in Hinesbury Road. But there's some work to be done in St. George North. But none of that is to take away from what the Honourable, None of that is to take away from what the honorable member has done in St. George North. And I like to try to be as honest as possible when I speak. And I think as a political servant to the people, he has done a great job. I commend you and I wish you well going forward.
Honourable for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shall be brief, but it will be remiss of me if I didn't use this opportunity. Pardon? Speaking of the German. To lend my voice to share in the memories that I have had with the honorable member with St. George North. First of all, the honorable member, politics. The age difference between us will not allow for anything else. But I have to say that he was more of a mentor for me as a person getting into politics who had no idea of the difficulties that one may face in getting into elective politics. Because naive as I was in believing that the journey would have been one where you would have had the cut and thrust of elective politics. The hardcore reality is that it was not just the cut and thrust of elective politics, but actually the full responsibility of having to take on a ministry, which traditionally had been treated as a Cinderella ministry. And that with the encouragement of the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Member for St. George North called me one morning and he said, I wish to congratulate you on your appointment. I have been a minister for a long time and I want to work with you so that you will understand the journey that you're on as a minister. Every Monday morning in my management meetings, I would have the Honourable Member for St. George North sit at my side to guide me through those discussions and to help me to be able to understand what it is to work with public servants, because I had come from a private sector background. And at the same time, to be able not to succumb to pressure. And many times he would intervene in the conversation by saying, Minister, I'd like to respond to this. And so he had mentored me over the first year of my ministry and my ministerial responsibilities, to the extent that we were on a trip to Guatemala. And during the conference, I got a message on my mobile phone saying that a house was on fire in Rice Hill, St. Philip. I showed it to the Honourable Member, and he said to me, get up and leave the conference and go and deal with this matter. I then asked for an excuse. I went and I dealt with the matter, came back and reported. And he said to me, it's not finished there. You have to go now and you have to make sure that you contact the relevant government department to make sure that as far away as you are still serving those people in your constituency. And I would always remember that simply because he said to me also, politics is not how good you run your ministry. It is how well you perform in your constituency, and never ignore canvassing your constituency. I also spent some time with the Honourable Member at the Miami Airport Hilton over the weekend. And there are some things that he shared with me. I didn't even realize that we had so much in common in terms of socializing, in terms of canvassing the constituency and creating opportunities for people, creating opportunities for businesses in the constituency. And when we compared notes, we were fairly similar in terms of our nocturnal activity in the constituency.
I see. I understand, Honourable.
So, Mr. Speaker, I fully appreciate the friendship that the Honourable Member for St. George North has extended to me, and I want to thank him. I think his congenial personality would have served him well for the 26 years that he represented that constituency. And I personally think that his departure from that constituency will create a vacuum, a void, that many will not be able to fill simply because of who he is. He sat one day at St. Catherine's Cricket Club. He didn't know me then. I didn't know him. But I was sitting in the front row, and he said to me, "Young man, you're a businessman. But one day I believe that you're going to move from business to a higher calling. This is how we do it." And he proceeded then to give us a public speech and then turned around and said to the cricketers and the members of the club, "That is why we are elected." So he didn't know me, but I remember that occasion simply because of the friendship we developed going forward. And one day I happened to have had to go to the ministry that he was, Ministry of Transport and Works, I believe, Honourable Member. And we were sitting on a bench waiting to see the minister. His secretary told him I was out there, and he immediately came out and invited me to his office to sit down and discuss the matter that I went to discuss. Such is the character of the individual. And so therefore, I wish to thank you for recognizing me and offering your friendship. And I sincerely hope that our friendship will continue throughout our remaining lifetime. And I thank you for all those nights that you came to St. Philip's South to join me as well. And whilst I would not share the things we did, let me tell you that I enjoyed the intense pleasure that we were able to derive from those nocturnal missions in the constituency, visiting shops and socializing with constituents. And I think it necessary to add that because after I finished saying intense pleasure, I saw the face of the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, and I recognized quickly where his mind is going. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, on that note, I wish my colleague and friend all the best in the future, and I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief, as has been the trend. Just to say that the last 2 Tuesdays for me have been both sad Tuesdays, because here I am again today, bidding farewell, not in a final sense, in the way in which we did last week, but saying farewell yet again on this Tuesday to a very dear friend of mine. We started our political journeys at the same time. We both contested the 1991 elections. We both lost. He lost a little better than me. But no, he lost a little better than me. But we both were determined that we had roles to play in this country, and we were not daunted by that defeat. He and I have very similar styles, and I really commend his style. His style is that you really must put the interests of your constituents first and foremost. We are here, he is here, not because of how good a minister he has been or how many speeches he made in this parliament, but he is here at the will of his constituents. They elected him to come here to act on their behalf, and he recognizes that his first obligation is to his constituents. Really did. And his style really was one of total immersion into the constituency first and foremost. You can only seek to represent people if you know the issues that they have to deal with. And you don't learn about people and their issues by being in cabinet or being in parliament. You deal first and foremost about their issues by being among them as much as possible. And as I said, his style and my style in politics, our styles have been very, very similar over the years. For him, there is no us and them. It is we together. And that is how he approaches political life. Getting to know people, getting to know their needs, and putting their needs first and foremost, and serving their needs. As I said, he was, still is, more than a friend of mine. And I was very flattered when approximately, and he said this at a branch meeting at which he spoke some 2 weeks or so ago, that when he received a call in connection with this matter, I was one of the people he called to discuss the matter with. And that is true. And we spoke. I'm just going to say we spoke. And I trust that he took my advice. And here he is today. Politically, he's always been present at events in my constituency for the purposes of attending. He spends time in my constituency for the purposes of attending events that I hold in my constituency, although he has other interests in my constituency as well. But I deeply appreciate it, and he would reciprocate and similarly invite me to events in his constituency, and I also attended those events when invited. For me, today, I am starting to feel already a void as a result of the exit of the member for St. George North. I'm really starting to feel that void because for me, in addition to all I've said about him, he represents, in my view, part of the soul and the conscience of the Barbados Labour Party. He really does. And for me, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to miss you, Honourable Member for St. George North. I really am going to miss you. I think that your involvement in politics brought a level of decency to an institution that is really besieged and beleaguered by many and cursed, and about which all manner of negative things are said. And I must confess, I have never heard the name of, with your permission, sir, the name of Glenn Clark being called in anything dishonorable in his political life. And I think, therefore, he really can serve as an icon and a mentor to a large number of young and upcoming and aspiring politicians. He has done, Mr. Speaker, 26 years. 26 years in Parliament. Unbroken service. We are tied. Although, as I said, you lost better than me. But we are tied. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that he has to be commended because 26 years in politics, it is true that nobody sent for you and told you to come and be a politician. But when you serve 26 years, you have made some sacrifices in politics. You have. And Mr. Speaker, he has given a number of his years, I'm sure the prime of his life as well, in service to this country for 26 years. And he has to be commended for that. He has done well. He's also given quality service. And I will simply end, Mr. Speaker, by repeating, I am going to miss him. And to use a phrase which I heard recently, the person who will succeed him has to be prepared to wear size alls, because the shoes that they will have to fill are extremely big and large shoes. Well done, my brother. Go and serve us well where you're going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the adjournment. Mr. Speaker, with the Honourable Member for St. George North, what you see is what you get. If ever there was a man who was true to himself without apology, it was the Honourable Member for St. George North. So when I came into politics, I came in through the Minister of Education. And she called him, if I can use the term, Uncle Glenn. So I was introduced to Uncle Glenn. And Uncle Glenn, I guess, started to see me, not as a son, sir, he had enough of those, but he started to see me as a nephew, somebody else that he could try to influence positively. And sir, and before I was fully appraised of all the facts, I got some sterling advice from the Honourable Member for St. George North. He told me, you have to know when to speak up, and you have to know when to shut up. He told me, do not be afraid to leave your mark. He told me, make sure to build your legacy. I wasn't actually getting where he was going with all of this, sir. It became clear a lot later about leaving my mark and building my legacy. When he told me in the same conversation, you have good genes, you need to have lots of children. Sir, we had multiple conversations about this, and I realized, sir, that one of my political heroes was a polar opposite to me. I spent all my life, sir, trying not to leave my mark. And he spent his whole life trying to leave his. He did say to me, sir, that he has one regret in his adult life. He showed me all his children. The Honourable Member, sir, is so proud of his children. You cannot find another father in Barbados as proud of his children as the Honourable Member. Sir, I admire him for a lot. I admire him for being just a truly great guy. He said to me, sir, confidentially, as recently as a week ago, sir, that in his adult life, he has but one regret. He always wanted to have more children than his dad, and his dad had 10. I couldn't make it. I could not make it these numbers, sir. These numbers had to come from the man himself. He wanted to have more children than his father, and his father had 10. He conceded that right now he is lagging slightly behind, but you never know. At which point, I, sir, tried to give him some good neighborly advice. And in the same way that you said to me, you need to know when to stand up, when to speak up, and when to shut up, I say to you, you need to know when to stop. Sir, the Honourable Member, sir, is a good man and a great representative. To his children, through you, sir, you can hold your head up wherever you go in Barbados or the rest of the world because you have a father that you can be proud of. To the people of St. George North, I say you have a great representative, and you have a representative that you can be proud of. To the Barbados Labour Party, the honourable member for St. George North, sir, is a member that we can all be proud of. And to Barbados itself, as a country, as a community, and as a family, Barbados has a son that Barbados can be proud of. And sir, if you would convey those sentiments through your office to the honourable member, I'd be greatly obliged. I thank you.
Honourable member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking on the adjournment, I would be totally remiss of me if I didn't say a few words on behalf of a true friend on his retirement from this Parliament, His Honour, the member for St. George North. Sir, I was doing a quick count of the number of elected members of Parliament who have served in this Parliament for over a quarter century, and there are no more, certainly no more than 20, sir. I believe that there are about 15 odd, sir, since the time of the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, sir. Certainly no more than 20, and possibly around 15. This House has the honor, sir, to have 3 other members, of course, who fall within that category, besides His Honor and, you know, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, the Honourable Member for St. Andrew. So His Honor is in a small category, exclusive category of individuals. It takes a tremendous amount of commitment and dedication. It must, to be able to serve for 25 years, more 26 years, in his case, and 26 years to the month, having been first elected to this Parliament, September the 6th, 1994. And the honourable member has served outstandingly. He has served his people. He has shown the humanistic side of politics and how representation should be done. Service to people, constituents as a whole, and to individuals. Each individual member, or rather constituent of St. George North, would have some connection with His Honour. And that is irrespective of political affiliation, because, as has been said, sir, His Honour is one of the most affable people to have entered politics. Someone who gets along with everyone. There are very few occasions you would have seen him angry, as the Honourable Prime Minister said, maybe once or twice, but that doesn't last too long. And, you know, he's able to get along well with his political opponents, which is a key factor, and that is unique. So I always say that the honourable member, retiring member for St. George North, is special. Special individual. As I said, I count him as a friend, sir. I am godfather to one of his children, sir. And I think you could permit me, sir, even though I haven't mentioned, to call her name Sheridan. And of course, we don't recognize strangers, but some of his children are here with us to hear these honors, these speeches in honor of their father. As has been said, you can hold your head up high throughout Barbados, knowing that you are children of one of the most respected persons to have entered politics in this country, and not only to have entered, but to have won 6 successive elections on a trot. I have, from the time I became a member of the Barbados Labour Party, as I said, I think last week in 1993, I have been given associate member status, even though that's not one of the membership statuses in the constitution of the Barbados Labour Party. I was granted associate member status in St. George North. It was one of the branches, and His Honour was one of the members of Parliament. I assisted tremendously. I believe he pointed that out in his announcement of his retirement 2 Sundays ago at St. George Secondary School. I supported all his events, his fundraisers. I remember His Honour would have had a retreat a Sunday down Bath with his key personnel in his branch, and I was there as well. And always used to speak, I believe, every year at one time at one of his branch meetings, and felt it was my duty and obligation to support His Honour, the retiring member for St. George North. St. George North, as we know, Mr. Speaker, is one of those key seats in Barbados, and it normally goes with the winning party. His Honour has been able to hold the seat even when the party went into opposition in 2008 and continued in opposition in 2013, and that speaks to the measure of his representation as a parliamentary representative. He increased his votes virtually every election, except the time in 2008, of course, when we went into opposition. In other words, he won still and comfortably against the swing. And then again in 2013, still holding the seat. You know, in 1999, with the party doing what the best it has done before last election, he would have won by 2,900 votes. I remember that. And won by 2,900 votes, sir. And of course, we are holding secrets for him in this tribute, sir, because I would not say what he spent. He told me he spent most of the day doing on that election day, but still was able to win by 2,900 votes. And of course, this time peaking. This time peaking in terms of his vote count by winning 81% of the vote. And you don't get better than that, sir. Some of us did better than that, but I mean, in terms of St. George North, some of us did better than that. I got 84, but I mean, within the context, we're talking about St. George North, sir. The Honourable member is going to Canada, and as the Honourable Prime Minister has said, he will be going back to where he started his public service, to this country, based in Ottawa. I know he will do extremely well. I know Ottawa, having been a student there, 36, 35 years ago, the Barbadians there will love him. I'm sure that many of them know him, or certainly know of him already. There's a strong Barbadian community there. The Barbadian Canadians who have done quite well in terms of their socio-economic position, and of course Canada being one of the main friends of Barbados among the countries in the developed world. And you know, I know he will do well and serve well. Time has come for His Honour to pass on the baton. I always say that politics is like a relay race. You do your best for the 100 meters, that you run in the 4x1, then you pass on the baton. And that time has come. You can't run all the race yourself. He would have done tremendous work for his constituency of St. George, especially within the ministries with which he would have been given responsibility for, housing and public works, transportation, but also not only for St. George North, within the context of the whole nation. And I thank him as well for giving me the opportunity to continue my public service, which started out in 1994 when the party retook the reins of government. In the second term, 1999, I was his deputy chairman of the National Housing Commission, and part of the period I acted as chairman. I was also, in 2003, his deputy chairman of the Building Authority. And I thank him for giving me those opportunities to serve at those levels, the people of Barbados. I really commend him and wish him Godspeed in his new appointment as High Commissioner to Canada. And I thank his children, his family, for giving Barbados the opportunity to share their father with us, and of course, in particular, to share their father with the constituents of St. George North. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaking very, very briefly on the adjournment,
Yes.
I don't go back all the years that some of the previous speakers have. And additionally, I don't move around too much at night. So there is a limit to what I can say in this situation. But what I want to speak just briefly to two things. One is that in St. Peter, and I think I need to say this, especially given that my predecessor is both not here in the chamber and not obviously not around. The Honourable Member for St. George North has always been known as a friend of St. Peter. I've heard people talk about all the places he's been. I don't know if he found the time, because during the election campaigns, he was always in St. Peter. And I want to say to him, on behalf of the people of St. Peter, who I now have the real privilege to represent, thank you for being a support to our former Member of Parliament, because often he could not be around. But the Honourable Member for St. George North was always there, so that those of us in St. Peter recognize that even though our MP was all over helping other candidates, there was somebody who was supporting him by their presence, speaking on platforms, not just at the national level, but even at spot meetings sometimes. The Honourable Member for St. George North would be there to support our Member of Parliament who was Prime Minister of the country. So I want Honourable Member to thank you, through you, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Honourable Member for that support to our MP and to our constituency. And secondly, the Honourable Member has spoken to me often about his work while acting as liaison in Canada. And I want, on behalf now of my ministry, to say to the Honourable Member that we look forward to the benefit of his experience as he takes on a new role, not as counsel, but as the person overall responsible for the relationship with Canada. As the Honourable Member for St. James North just said, one of our most reliable allies, a country that recognizes that it needs to help us and bring us along and work with us as equal nations in the world and on the world stage. And we are sure, and I'm speaking on behalf of the ministry, that the honourable member in his new capacity will bring to bear the benefit of his experience and now the benefit of his new role, so that the great relationship that our ministry has in the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program, as well as the Temporary Farm Workers Program, we expect to be able to develop that more. We expect to be able to intensify the relationship and ultimately to bring significant benefits to the people of Barbados who are interested in going to Canada to explore opportunities for work. And so with those words, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the honourable member for 26 years of unbroken service, and I, like all other members, honourable members who spoke, believe that he leaves a tremendous legacy of what real representation is. It is true, like the honourable member for St. Michael West, based on what I heard my predecessor say, I believe it is true that he, under the shadow of night maybe, did a lot of work in St. George North that my predecessor, the former Honourable Prime Minister, did not know about. But it speaks to the interest he has had and has in seeing his constituency develop. And I want to take from that lessons for myself in terms of looking out for those who send me here, to make sure that at the end of the day, whenever that day is, people can look back, and I can look back, and like a person named Glenn Clark could say, I have done work to improve the lot of the people of the constituency. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for St. George, you want to turn on your mic.
Mr. Speaker, I perhaps speak from a unique position in this chamber. I believe, though I can be corrected, that I am the only member of Parliament who has the Honourable Member for St. George North as his Member of Parliament. My association with... Always. I vote for Member for St. George North before you go in St. Joseph. My association with the Honourable Member goes really far back, but it is in fact a multi-generational relationship. My parents have been ardent and vigorous supporters of the Honourable Member from the time he first ran in the constituency of St. George North. And that association has continued into another generation of marshals. And I want to commend the Honourable Member for the nature in which the manner in which he has represented the people of St. George North. I have not had to complain to him too much about roads or buses or any things of that sort, but I have seen firsthand how Glenn has related, how the Honourable Member has related to all of his constituents. He, like the Honourable Member for St. Andrew, I think, are among the few members of Parliament who receive individuals from far and wide beyond their own constituency. So legendary has his generosity of spirit become that people from as far north as St. Lucie and as far south as Christchurch think nothing of going to see the Honourable Member. Sometimes it could even be a little embarrassing, because I've heard that some people from St. Joseph even go to see the member for St. George North, when somehow they feel that I have not been able to deliver on the goods. I consider myself to have been very fortunate to have had him as a Member of Parliament, but I also consider myself to have been fortunate to have served in cabinet with him I had that distinguished opportunity between the years 2003 and 2008. I've served with him in opposition, and I'm serving with him now in government. I think that the honourable member has set a trend for politicians that we should all follow. Well, at least in some respects. I had planned to begin this short commentary by referring to a quotation. One day a son will follow his father's example and not his advice. But I worry now that there is fear in following both his example and his advice. But be that as it may, the honourable member has certainly been an inspiration to all of us as members of parliament, particularly those members of parliament who have now come into these hallowed halls. And his inspiration is one that I'm convinced will long be with us, as long as we follow, in terms of the representation of the people, the footsteps of the Honourable Glenn Clark. All of us would do well by our constituents. I'd like to congratulate and thank the honourable member for 26 solid years of serving the constituency in which I live and in which I have always lived. But I also want to thank him for being an inspiration to a whole host of Barbadians who recognize that in a man like the member for St. George North, you can come to serve in the highest office of the land, even though your origins might be modest. He certainly serves as an inspiration to me, and I wish him Godspeed, and I have every confidence that he will continue to represent Barbadians and Barbados wherever he may go. And no matter what, no matter where, the Honourable Glenn Clark will continue to be an example that we should all follow. I wish him well and I wish him Godspeed.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I saw the resignation letter just last week, it really hit home what was to come in relation to the resignation of a man that I have called Uncle Glenn, and I think I'm okay to call him that this evening as well, sir. But a man that I have grown up with, who has seen me from I was very young, emerge into the woman that I am today. I consider myself to be one of the children, one of the many children that he has. From a very young age, the member for St. George North has been very close to my family. He has been a very good friend to my father. Like others, I share the view that I have never seen him angry. And for those who know my father's tongue, knows that from time to time a few bad words may be highlighted, but notwithstanding, the member would still come back the next day for something to eat and drink and sit down with Dad. And that has been the individual that I have known for the greater part of my life. A man who has remained humble, true to the people of his constituency, true to his roots and where he has come from. A man who is a grassroots man at heart, but a Barbadian and a proud Barbados Labour Party member. There are times in life that I suppose as a politician you don't like to come, and one of those times I suppose is either when you lose an election or you die. I am glad that we are at this point where Uncle Glenn has had the opportunity to hear from many of us how we feel about him while he is living, because too often you don't get to have this opportunity to hear how people feel about you and how they appreciate you as well, whether in terms of being a politician or even being just an individual. And I think that he has demonstrated for me what is meant by sacrifice in public life. Many people may not know the history, and there are some things I may not be able to speak to, but I do know that he has understood well how leaders have emerged in this Barbados Labour Party. He has been at the feet of one such leader who emerged, and I know that even on this journey where he has resigned and he's supporting the current candidate, Senator Moore, that he understands that there is a greater purpose for him as well, and for the sake of the Labour Party, that he will do all within his power to make sure that we are able to achieve our mission no matter what happens. That, to me, is the true character of a man. I recall as well when we won the election and he was asked whether he was going to cross the floor, and he said resoundingly, no. He was not offered a position or a ministry at the time. He was asked, would he leave the Barbados Labour Party? Would he cross the floor? And again, he said no. And I think that has been testimony to the type of person that he is, that no matter what happens, he is a die-hard Labour Party man and will forever be a die-hard Labour Party man. For that, I say thank you to the Honourable Member, to his family, because for me, I know how it is being a child of a politician, where the politician is often not at home and giving their all to the constituency and to the people of Barbados. And I know it could not have been easy for any of his children to have had him away from them, and certainly his extended family for the amount of time that he was. He was busy making lots of family to look after him in his old age. But I am grateful that they have given him to us, and that he is going on now to another journey where yet again he can represent this country and represent Barbados proudly. Canada is, as has been said before, is no stranger to him. I know that the people there really do love him and really respect him as well. He's done a lot in Canada. Many of my early days going to Canada was spent in his home at the time when he was holding the post there also. And so it is interesting that I have the opportunity to speak today as he is departing this chamber and moving on, because he has been there from the time I entered politics. Whether that was in the Senate, whether that was recommendations for statutory boards to give me the opportunity to understand how government works, whether that was as leader of government business, or even being able to be elected as a member of the House of Assembly. Uncle Glenn has always been there and will continue, I believe, to be there until the bitter end. He is a spirit that I don't think anyone can hold a grudge against for too long. A man that has spoken his mind, and that I think for me is what I love about him, because at every opportunity that he's been given, he has made it clear that he has his views, and whether you like it or not, these are his views, and he's going to come in here and he's going to say how he feels about a particular issue. He's been passionate about education, and with me as Minister of Education, has often shared his views on education, always wanting to offer counsel and guidance, but perhaps most importantly, always reiterating that you just got to love the people. And that is the type of representation that he has given, and I think that we really totally appreciate. So I just want to say again, thank you and well done. On behalf of all of the honourable members of this chamber that have spoken, and we look forward to great things for you in Canada. The Prime Minister has set the tone for what is to come for people in the diaspora being able to give back to Barbados, and I believe you have a perfect opportunity and a wicket to bat from when you go to Canada to be able to drum up the necessary support that is required for us to take Barbados forward. So again, good luck and God blessings to you.
I remember for St. Michael East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a must. I have to say a few words. Glenn is an inseparable friend. Unlike all of us, this is my 4th term as a member of this House. 5 before that in the Senate. But all along, Glenn Clark has always been my buddy. But it means more than that to me. I feel honored when I see a village boy like Glenn emerge to become a parliamentarian. There are very few of us sometimes that come up through the ranks from the village to become part and parcel of what is called a political class, which I really don't know what that is. But that is some concoction that a few people want you to believe that there's some special class of people called a political class. You are a village boy. I know you are a parliamentarian. I regret knowing that what you represent, there will be a void, and I hope that those, or whoever replace you, would also be symbolic of the representation of that specific class of persons. Because we have to hold to the values that represent who we are. And I like the things that you've said over the years. I always describe you to my colleagues in the Pan-Africanist group as a crazy Pan-Africanist. Whatever that's supposed to be. You were not absolutely committed to the rigidities of the philosophy of Pan-Africanism, but at times there were little remarks. He was very sympathetic to, and I remember you running into a battering on one occasion in relation to strongly supporting the policies of Mugabe. And for quite a while in the House Assembly, I would hear the members of the House Assembly referring to you as Mugabe in a very disparaging manner. Well, I admired you very much for what you were saying. So I knew, but you had some credible groundings in those circumstances. But Glenn must be respected because as a boy from the village, Glenn also set about to explore the frontiers of knowledge before he became a parliamentarian. Glenn was a teacher. Obviously, Glenn went on to the University of the West Indies as an outstanding student in the area of colonial history and elements of economics and so on. And Glenn has used that in helping to shape the kind of individual he has been. And what I admire about him a lot, I know the person say that he had a way of getting things done. And he was more of a conventionalist. So when people was keeping a very close look on him because they believe this is how structures and systems run in today's world, Glenn would always produce a community center somewhere. And when you ask, he was, I don't know how to describe you, Glenn, but Glenn would produce a community center somewhere and nobody ever had any discussions about the community center. But the checks and balances were in place, but the community center would be there. I always describe him over those years, while we were in here, as a special magician who was able to transform a rural community into urban. I always say he urbanized a rural community because most persons will tell you the sugar belt of Barbados, which is St. George. Glenn transformed that over the years into almost like a city center. And I remember one of his colleagues who was representative in close proximity to where he represented, asking me, how could I speak in that manner about this Glenn Clark? Because he had done so much work within that constituency that other people felt that he had done the work to the disadvantage of them. And they felt at the time they should not say say credible things about Glenn, but the evidence is clear, Glenn. Your work, you've always represent your people in St. George, but if you go to Charrow Bridge and you see the transformation of the physical structures in Charrow Bridge, and as the Honourable Prime Minister said before, if you saw it then and now you see it, you would be able to see the mirror of the work that Glenn Clark did inside that community. Glenn Clark went up the hill, and then Glenn Clark put up the police station, the court. He went up a little further, he ended up in a market. Then Glenn Clark turned and went to Flat Rock, and you see a housing development emerge on Mushroom, and then there's a network of roads across St. George. So Glenn sometimes was not in the ministry, but a project that would normally be executed from within a specific ministry would mushroom inside the constituency that Glenn represented. And how Glenn get a sports center and all these things in St. George, and nobody know, but Glenn would get the job done. I believe that credit should be given to him for being a visionary. Some people might not want to put it as that, but he was able to get around all the administrative encumbrances sometimes that stop people from moving as swiftly as they ought to. Fully supportive of the view as well that Glenn was an amicable individual. It is an amicable individual. And honest with you, totally devoid of almost emotion. Even in recent times when I was facing all different forms of, I can't say that. I can't say that. All the different challenges, Glenn in a very passive way. When I get to my house over here, Glenn was here. And then when I see Glenn would say, man, listen, man, you can't operate with that kind of contempt.
The voice of reason. The voice of reason.
Yes, he was able to resolve things. He said you can't operate with all of that contempt in your heart because of these challenges. When you come into the political world, these things happen. He said, allow love to prevail. Let us resolve these things, man. These things are not beyond you. And he would probably expand it to say, look, countries went through wars, you know? And then one day, two leaders would get them and shake hands, and these things will resolve. We don't have to go through this, and then a lot of battles, as though you're in Grenada. It is Bernard Court versus Morris Bishop, or you have the battles going ahead between Trotsky and Lenin in the Soviet Union, and Glenn I can imagine Glenn Clark talking to me, and I fire up. I totally irrational sometimes about these things, and Glenn Clark, this pacifist can hold me down, console me, and actually tell me, look, this is the way forward. Do A, B, C, and D. And these are special endowments. Look, you don't get trained at the university for that. I don't even know if you get trained at home for that, but I would like to believe that if your parents has imparted something to you. But this is special. This is a special endowment. All of us don't possess those specific qualities, right? And if you don't know that about yourself, I tell you that now about you, right? That you have those special endowments, that you, even when people are ruffled on circumstances, in your calm, cordial manner, you can bring them down to feel a sense of comfort. And you're unique in those circumstances. And so you're not just a politician, but I think you're a human being. And I think that is fundamental, that you have to be a human being, and I don't believe that politicians must try to do something more aggressive, more militant, sometimes almost more anti-human, in order to prove that they know how power must be controlled. I think Glenn, personally, as a friend, I sorry at this point that I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with you. I hope that I don't have to face. I don't know. I really respect him, probably a lot more than any of you could fully appreciate, especially within the last month or so. And what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying to you is that Glenn, sometimes it takes a man like you being in the right place at the right time. Never underestimate the importance of a person who is endowed with those riches that lots of persons in here do not possess. Trust me. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition would suggest to me that he's hoping that there will be someone like you who you have actually passed on something to, right? Or somebody else who will replace you, who, when these difficulties occur, normally I would expect an elder. I have great respect for the African model of the importance of the elder as a person of wisdom and a person of experience, and you bring those two collectives together, and those people can resolve many problems. I also fully appreciate, and the Honourable Prime Minister don't mind to go off track sometimes, that I'm a man strongly believing in Ubuntu faith. And I believe that love is fundamental, right? I strongly believe that, and we're not talking about love as how some people would distort the definition of love, and you gave a lot of love in life, right? But I'm not talking about love in the manner in which it was distorted. I'm talking about I am because you are, right? I am because you are. And to me, you are a brother. When I come to St. George, I look for a Glenn Clark. I look for Dwight Sullivan. And I know that, you remember that speech I gave, it was so special to the people in St. George. Some people felt it was not as special as it ought to be. But the reality is, when I knock on any door in St. George, and I speak to any black man or black woman in that house, I feel as though I'm speaking to Glenn Clark. So every household in St. George can feel a sense of confidence that they were well represented. Well represented. Well, look, people are not stupid. People who were older than you, people who were wiser than you, people who know your mother, people who probably know your grandmother and grandfather, these are the people who said, this is my choice. Nobody could not change that. So the people of St. George, as a result of their honoring you at every election that you went before them, tells you exactly how they felt about you. I am telling you that I also feel the same way about you as a brother. It is going to be, I'm going to be very conscious of your absence from these chambers. But I believe because of these fine characteristics, you will go on to continue to perform, because I like to believe that you're a very versatile man. And there's lots of evidence. You're a very versatile man with many different skills. And when you go off, yes, no, I'm making that. You want to mislead me, man. And I'm sure that when you go up to Canada, you will always be receiving positive reports about you. All I want to do at this point is to wish you all the best. Hope that you continue to keep in contact with your dear friend, so that if I'm in troubled waters at any time, I still know that I can reach out 7 digits, Glenn Clark, It's just a way 7 or so digits. So you make, add on a 1, and we will make contact. I wish you all the best in your new endeavors.
Honourable member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add my brief comments to my colleague and friend, His Honor, the former Deputy Speaker of this Honourable Chamber, and to indicate that I would have known him for quite some decades now, him being in the teaching system for a long time and then entering the political arena. I've always admired his cool, calm, and collective demeanor. Despite whatever is happening, I don't see him get angry for a joke over all those years. I really envy him because I'm totally the opposite. And I believe having to work with him has caused me to temper a bit as well. I know that he has been a community practitioner for many years, and I believe sometime in the late 70s, early 80s, I would have met him and quite a couple of other young men from St. George, including Bull and the Crowd and all the volleyball and those community activities they were always engaged in, some of them being persons who would have been at Erdeston Teachers Training College with me, and they were glued together like a real St. George team. And so we developed a great relationship, and I want to say that though he has come from very humble origins and has climbed to the highest heights, he still remains extremely humble. And there are very few people who can do that with any ease. It is a trait that I believe more of us should hold on to, because despite wherever you come from, I believe humility really takes everything, and people gravitate towards you because of that humble way in which you present yourself and the paying of attention to issues that might seem insignificant to him or to us, but he will make sure that he gives a calming word and an easy response that will help to make that person feel more relaxed and more collective. And so it is a special gift that few people have, but I know that the colleague, former member of St. George North, has possessed all of those wonderful traits. Of course, he was a family man, and I had the privilege of going to Canada other 2 or 3 times and met his brothers who were there, who were just as affable as he in respect of the relationships that they had with people, making others feel comfortable in their presence. And I believe that that still continues, even though I would not have seen them for quite a while now. I know too, Mr. Speaker, that he is a wonderful father of his children. And not only his children, I know that he's connected with so many other thousands of children who are attached to him in some way, and perhaps like I am a godmother for so many hundreds of children, I believe he might be a godfather because of the relationships that he would have had, not only with his neighbors, but with his friends and his colleagues. And I think that too is something to be admired. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to speak to that easygoing manner that he has. He moves quietly, smoothly, without any fanfare. To me, it reminds me of a swan that is swimming. It is moving on the water, but the feet are paddling gently and moving on. I really admire that aspect of him, Mr. Speaker, and I pray that he will continue to be in that vein despite whatever challenges may befall him in life. I believe that he will continue to be the man that he is. I am proud of his stewardship because I know a large number of people from St. George North, having been moving around in the constituencies for so many years. I don't think that as Barbadians we move around the constituencies and lend support to our colleagues in the way that it happened in the past. And of course, I would have met quite a large number of his constituents who have spoken extremely highly of him. You know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, people say wonderful things to you in your presence, but as soon as you turn your back, Gallus Bates, we call them. But I've never heard anybody speak in any unkind manner of the honourable member, and I pray that he will continue to be able to follow in that vein. When it comes to contention, when the fires are blazing, he will be there trying to put water on it gently. All right, leave it, ignore it, it doesn't matter. Leave that now, it is unimportant. That is the kind of personality he is, that I believe the world shall have more like him. That is the only way, sir, that people like me will get controlled. People of his demeanor, throwing water gently and massaging. And that is the character of the man. And I think really and truly, that has made him the most preferred person in that constituency that he has represented for so long. I also want, as I come to a close, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that when his constituents go to him, and constituents from across all of Barbados, he tries to treat to their needs discreetly, but make sure that something positive comes out of it. Even if he has to call another colleague to say, do you know so-and-so, the person came here today, these are the issues, help along the individual. And I have been able to try to see how I can maneuver to help them as well. And I think that is laudable, because sometimes people come from all over Barbados because they know that you will listen. And he is a great listener. And because of his listening to others, he's able to give them that element of support and comfort that something positive will happen. And I'm sure that most of the time, that is really what it turns out to be. He has done extremely good work in St. George North. And I'm not going to speak about it because other honorable members have mentioned it before, but I was really very proud of his performance, surely when he was Minister of Housing and Lands, and then with his stint in the Ministry of Public Works. I want, as I close, to say, Mr. Speaker, that this occasion is extremely touching and moving for all of us, and we are all believers. Give people the kudos when they are living. We're going to give our colleague the kudos, meaning the flowers, the roses, that he can smell them now. Because it has become a Barbadian thing that people do extremely ordinary things to be able to make others happy. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things, and hardly anybody says anything good. But as soon as something goes wrong, the slightest thing that goes wrong with you, everybody tries to find something to tear down, to pull down, to drag down one's character. I am glad that our colleague is going out with his name and his character intact, because in politics, it is very, very difficult. Every little thing somebody holds on to and adds on and extends it, and then people say, but that is not the matter. No, because of the rumors, and Barbadians love the rumor mill, as we know. And the technology is not doing any good for us sometimes anyhow. But I know that my colleague will continue to keep his calm demeanor and to do the best he can again in Canada to be able to bring the name of Barbados to the good level that it has been, and even to help it to go higher. And so I want to extend all God's wishes to him, all God's blessings in his new engagement, and pray that he will continue to go to church when he's there too. There's no vote to be caught there, but at least he'll be resonating with the residents in the various communities across Ottawa, and I'm sure that will help to cement him in his time when he's remembering the wonderful people of St. George North, with whom he would have spent many, many years going to church, having entertainment sessions, doing sporting sessions, all forms of activity with them. I pray that he will continue to be focusing on Almighty God. I know that he will be sorely missed, but I'm happy that he has been able to make that indelible mark in St. George North and in Barbados, and I pray that he will continue to have great health and strength as he goes to further his contribution to this wonderful country, Barbados. I wish him all God's blessings in all his undertakings. Congratulations to you, Comrade.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Speaking on the adjournment, Mr. Speaker. Ever mindful of the rules, Mr. Speaker. I want to say from the outset, Mr. Speaker, that I was brought up in the Nazarene Church, Newbury Nazarene Church. My father was a Christian gentleman from the Brethren Church, my mother a Nazarite, also associated with the St. George Parish Church. So I knew the Anglicanism as well. And I was always minded of Isaiah chapter 40, verses 31. They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Mr. Speaker, I believe all members of Parliament and all people should be minded of that particular verse because it teaches us to be patient. It teaches us to wait. It teaches us that everything was never born or made in a hurry. So that for years now, that is the verse that I keep near to my pillow. And I believe strongly that everything was not made in a day. Because we know that God could have made the world in one day. He took 7 days. 7 days. And that 7 days to God may be 700 years to man, or 7,000 years to man. But Mr. Speaker, I must say to you that my father was very kind to me. I was born at 7 months, and my father I had some disabilities in my early years. You know, he would put me on his lap many days when the others go to sleep, and he would be there talking to me, and I listened very carefully. I grew to listen. I think listening is very important. I think most of the time politicians like to talk, which is true, but we must always listen. And I once told the former Prime Minister, I heard you. He said to me one day, we were going to St. Peter. He said, I am going to do whatever I can to develop St. Peter. Whatever I can to develop St. Peter. Now, listening. And I said to myself, okay, I heard you. And I took his words. And I said, I represent St. George. I'm going to do whatever I can to represent and to do and help the people of St. George. I didn't say any word to him. When he gave me the ministry, I did exactly that. But of course, he was the Minister of Finance, and he supplied all the needs. Whenever he said he did not know, I think he knew, but he did not want to bother me. And that was the nature of the Prime Minister. But from the outset, I always had good favor with leaders. I never had problems with leaders, from Tom Adams right down to the present Prime Minister. I had good relationship. I had good relationships with members of the Democratic Labour Party too, as well. In fact, former Prime Minister Fandel Stewart called me almost 2 weeks ago when this matter was announced, and said to me, it's the greatest thing ever happened. And he was very supportive. Mr. Speaker, I want to say too that my children, they're here. My family are around, they're listening. Most of them are listening, either here or abroad. And they're very supportive of what we are doing here. And I want to say to them, thanks for their help. Thanks to the people of St. George North who have been electing me over and over again. Many of the people across the diaspora. I have a friend in Georgia, Dr. Clement Allen, who will come back every year to help me. And most of the other persons, whether they support the B or D, they will come to support my campaign in terms of helping me to canvass and asking for support, because in this day of technology, people do not have to travel. And I want to thank all those persons living abroad throughout the world who would send messages to their family to support me over the years. I want to thank also former parliamentarians and colleagues, Nigel Barr, who brought me into politics. Nigel Barr would have helped us, and of course the Prime Minister knows the days spent by Nigel Barr when we were youngsters trying to get into politics. Nigel Barrow was very helpful in terms of helping us to write. There was a time when I used to write on the other side, Prime Minister, and when we were opposition, and I always said to young parliamentarians, write, read. And then for years, I wrote the column myself on Prime Minister and Nigel Barrow, and occasionally Bishop, yes. We had a number of young persons, Ronald Toppin, a number of young people wrote that column, and that is one of the things that I think young parliamentarians need to do, people who get into politics. But we have inspiration from Nigel Barrow, and I will want to see him before we leave. Also, Jack Hodel and Lindsey Bolden. Lindsey Bolden was a tower of strength to me in those days. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Lindsey Bolden gave me all of his equipment, and he was a man with a lot of equipment in those days. When he first entered politics in 1991, he gave me all of his equipment. And of course, my friend, my dear friend, Deli Bradshaw, my good friend, my buddy, he fought for me like I was his son. He fought for me when we were at school. When he went to federal, he taught me history. But we always had that relationship. And I want to say thanks to him because I remember when we entered the race in 1991, he fought for my election as my nomination. It was very close to me. And it is through his voice that we won that nomination unopposed. So it was from 1991 then we had that relationship. Also, I had special relationship with leaders. The leaders of the party, the Barbados Labour Party, was very helpful to me. Sir Henry Ford. I admired him because he writes verbatim. He writes and writes and writes and writes. Everything he writes. I think I learned that from him. So Henry Ford writes everything, every sentence he writes. I learned that from him. He once said to me that I was using something like how he used his pencil. I remember that for sure. I said to him, I did not say much, but he said he knew he's going to pass that on to me. Bernard St. John was also my friend and colleague. Bernard St. John, I admired him because of his brilliance. Bernard St. John. And of course, PM Arthur, who once said to me he was going to treat me like Ruth and Naomi. And we became friends. In fact, I must say for the first time that I actually had a key to Ilara Court, that we were so close. And he gave me all his ties. Every trip that when Arthur traveled abroad, wherever, he liked ties, and he would bring a bundle of ties for me. I wish I have ties that he gave that I have never opened, bags of ties, I don't know. He liked ties, and that's what he used to bring. So he shared that love with me. And of course, I had the same privilege with Prime Minister Tom Adams as well. Tom Adams was very close to me in those days. When I was there in Canada, he visited me, and I remember that trip. We went to the CN Tower. I still remember the trip to the CN Tower, and then we spent a lot of valuable times in Toronto during those years. Also, to the persons on the other side, David Thompson and his children, found us in recent times. And of course, my relationship also with our Prime Minister Motley is one of love. And she's like a special sister. I know that she will do well because she has a special vision for Barbados, and I would want the parliamentary group to be inspired by what she does. I have always said that we have good leaders in the Barbados Labour Party, and I'm sure that she is following the path set and blazed by Sir Grantley. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that you know, there are many persons now who would want to ask themselves questions, which you should ask of your leaders. You must always ask questions of your leaders. You must sit, listen carefully, and ask questions. At the end of the day, we have to follow our leader, and that's important. Follow the leader. It's very important that, because sometimes, I said to her some time ago, this is your time. I remember the problem that we had in 2010. I wrote her at the time. I told her then, this is not your time. You could not have saved the party at that time. I don't know if she remember that, but I told her this. I was coming back. I used to work with CXC at the time. And I told her, this is not your time. Let it go. When her time comes, I told her, this is your time. You have to now set the agenda. And this is what she has been doing. And, you know, when she told me, and the Prime Minister did say to me on the last occasion, 2018, she met with me and she told me exactly, I think you are better in the diplomatic circle. So when persons were asking me, saying that I should be in cabinet, I didn't complain. I didn't say anything, because I knew. I told her at the time, and she was true to her word. I told her at the time, I want to see her time come true. I wanted to do well for her and for the Prime Minister in 2018. I set out to win that election, and of course, my colleagues at the time in St. George were saying to me, now we know you're going to win. I remember Teddy Howard saying to me, we know you're going to win, but we want the man to lose his deposit. That's what they were saying. And I told her, I will run this election. I will ensure that the Barbados Labour Party is returned to victory, and then any number can play. So I never fussed. When persons on the other side, I got calls from Democratic Labour Party, from whatever source, but I said to them, I will always remain faithful to the Barbados Labour Party. I will remain faithful to what I have been committed to. And that's what it is important. And therefore, I would want to say to members of Parliament that over the last 26 years in this chamber, I've come across some good people who remain my friends. And I can tell you that one of the greatest advisors they have is Sir Richard David Simmons, who is a member of my constituency. And of course, I've admired also other debaters like Sir Rishi Haynes, which has been a tower of strength to me. Despite he was on the other side, he was a Newbury man, a St. George man, and he gave me good advice. That's Richard Haynes. And of course, in recent times too, over the years, I grew to understand and appreciate the knowledge of Dame Billy. I think Dame Billy made sense to most members, and I listened carefully to some of the advice she said. And of course, believe it or not, that one of my great mentors happens to be Honourable George Payne. George Payne said to me once, and I told him this, because I served as his parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Housing for a period. And he always said to us, you must either spend money or time in your constituency. Money or time. I didn't have money, so I had to spend time. And that's important. You don't have money, you have to spend time. And I believe that George is a great administrator. He's a person that sometimes will get hot, but it means nothing. He will come back because he's still and will always be a strong member of the Barbados Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, I also came in contact with several speakers as well over the years. Speaker Roy, my friend, I used to teach at his college at one time, and Michael Carrington was my friend, believe it or not. my good friend, because we had tours together, and we lime together, he's a limer. But of course, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, I've come to know you. And I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker, because I think that you're a genuine person, a person that can seek advice. And I would want to say to you, and to say to the members of Cabinet, I think I told you this, that you have, as Speaker, to, you know, in our system, the Speaker has to beg, and he shouldn't have to beg. He shouldn't have to beg. I told you so. Because I think we had agreed years ago that the Speaker should be given some help in his constituency because he's not a minister. But we have always agreed that persons would help the Speaker. You know, in some jurisdiction, I think in England, the Speaker runs uncontested. That is not in our system. But there's good reason for that, you know. But yeah, others are appointed. But I think the Speaker means well, and he's a great advisor to me. In fact, when the Prime Minister called me, the Speaker was the first person I spoke to, and my friend Ronald. The only two persons, Ronald Stoppett is my friend. His whole family, Roland. I could call Roland anytime, and Ronald. They're my good friends. I really appreciate Ronald over the years. Ronald is genuine. They're a party man, a good friend, his family. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your great advice and counseling over the years. In fact, you're my special advisor on this matter. I will hold you. So that I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we have in this present Parliament good people. Of course, my friend Edmund Hickson, you know, we went back far and wide. Trevor Prescott, a good man who has worked with me over the years. I know that he has his belief, you know, he's a Pan-Africanist. I believe also in some of the philosophy, but of course I do not necessarily wear the clothes. But I believe, though, that he is a great and good guy. I believe that we have a number of young parliamentarians. I think young parliamentarians that we have now mean a lot. They're brilliant people, like their constituents. I spoke to Ryan recently. I like Ryan. There's something about Ryan and Wilford that I believe this party must hold these two young men, and not only.
I remember the clerk was reminding you, even though it might be your swan song, that the privilege that I am giving you, I'm giving you privilege.
Right.
I'm giving you even beyond absolute privilege. Even though this chamber, in this chamber you have absolute, I'm actually even giving you absolute privilege. In that you ought not to be given, in fact, no, in addition to having done 26 years and being the deputy speaker, I think you're most familiar with the rules.
Yes.
That you ought to, you know, you're saying Ryan, I don't really know who Ryan is.
Yeah, the member for Christchurch. Member for Christchurch East Central. At Christchurch East. Christchurch East Central, Christchurch East. I think that these two members are well educated, bright, and they mean well for their constituencies, and we want to see them in Parliament for a long time. I hope that they will go on and better this 26 years. I'm looking forward for good work. Also, a member for St. Michael's South. Member for St. Michael's South, I think that he has a lot to offer. In fact, I believe all these youngsters, all these young parliamentarians can do well in their constituency if they follow the simple advice that they must wait on the Lord, they must do the things that are important, and that at the end of the day, listening, waiting, and of course they will be as inspired by the work of other persons who have gone by before them. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, to my great niece, Santia, sorry, the member for for
St. Michael Sophie's.
St. Michael Sophie's. In her, I once said to her father, I will not leave Parliament until she climbed the step with me. And she will go, in those days, she will go left and not right. In those days, I said to her father this, and I have seen it all. I know that she is now a seasoned senior member of the cabinet, member of this party, and I want to wish her the very best in the years to come. I want to say too, I want to also single out my friend William, who is the member for Christchurch East, Christchurch West, William, Mr. Christchurch West, who is now trying his best to grapple with the housing program. We will work together to see how we can develop a program to fast-track housing. And of course, my friend and colleague, member for St. Joseph, he has been around for a long, long time, and he and his family has been extremely helpful to the Barbers Labour Party, and we hope that, I know recently his mother lost her husband, and you lost a father. And I know that in recent times he has been more closer to the family, and I want to wish him the very best in the years to come. Also, my friend and who have known the member for St. Thomas, I must say that to her, she has been a tower of strength. In fact, there was a time when we were the only young persons in the Barbers Labour Party at the time, and she we are moving on in age, and I know that God will give you strength to carry on over the next couple of years, and I want to wish you all the best. I want to say to all members that we in the Barbers Labour Party, we have a good future, but we have to play the game safely. We have to do the things that are necessary to uplift our constituents. We have to do the things to uplift Barbados. And I want to say to members that we have only one leader. Let's rally behind her. Let's do the things that will inspire her and help her to go forward as we go forward with her. Mr. Speaker, I too will want to salute the clerk Pedro Eastman, who has been my friend for over 20 years. I met him 20 years. I'm sure that he has developed from strength to strength, and he is well respected throughout the Commonwealth. And I want to thank him for all the things that he has done to help me along the way. And of course, to the staff, ancillary staff, and the marshals and reporters, the clerical officers working within the Parliament, my special friend Carol and Ruth, and of course my darling girl Rose. I will miss these people who have been very helpful to me, and all the other staff members who are too numerous to mention at this time. I want to say to them, keep doing the work. I must say that, Mr. Speaker, that I know things are tight with the government at this time, but I believe that the clerical staff, and we need to look at how we can better their condition of service. I learned only a couple of weeks ago that the condition of service It's not what the Barbados Labour Party would want at this point in time for clerical, for junior staff and maids and so on. I would hope that over time, the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, could look at how we can better the conditions for work at Parliament. I also want to say finally, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, I have to say this. I must say this before I leave, that, you know, there's many persons who feel that parliamentarians feel that our mission and what we do here, that we have great reward, that things are so good, that parliamentarians have all types of benefits. Parliamentarians do not have benefits. And I want to tell the public that, you know, parliamentarians don't have medical insurance. Parliamentarians don't have the benefits that other people have. Parliamentarians, there's only one parliamentarian I know. There's only one parliamentarian I know, and he left after one term. We get a constituency allowance. I have never spent my constituency allowance on me. The money that we get as constituency allowance, I spend all in the constituency. Plus more. But the average man out there feels that we are so better off. We are not. We spend, during this COVID time, parliamentarians in their respective constituencies have been spending over and over again. I believe the time has come for a better deal for parliamentarians. Parliamentarians do not have security, and, you know, I think all parliamentarians should have some form of security, whether a camera or something. We do not have this. I know the cost, but I believe that parliamentarians, that we need to look after our parliamentarians much better. In other jurisdictions, Jamaica, Trinidad, even Grenada, the Prime Minister, they have a better deal than we. And I believe that we have to do something for our Parliament and parliamentarians, from the junior staff right up, because we have a good Parliament. Now, over the last 26 years, I must say to you, Prime Minister, that I have never had a problem with this Parliament, my Parliament. I love Parliament. We have a good staff, but I think the time has come for us to look at how we can better the life of a parliamentarian. Not necessarily more resources, because we won't be able to give resources, but condition of service needs to be improved at this time. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a final goodbye to the members of Parliament and to all staff and to my constituents that will be here, because I will be around for the by-election. I will want to ensure that Tony Moore is well received among my friends. I know that some of them are concerned. Only this morning, at 7:30, my son told me a car is outside, somebody want you. Person was blowing, I went outside, a big damn. And I recognized him. He said to me, I voted for you over the years. I said, well, I want you to vote for Tony. I want you to vote for Tony. I'm going to encourage all those persons who have voted for me, especially in some areas, that we will, in the next few days, and whenever the Prime Minister calls the bell, we will be moving along with her. And I vow that I will help her, because I not only knew of her, I knew her father before, and I know that she is a talented person. I know that she is a committed person to whatever she seeks to do. So I want to encourage all members of this Parliament, all members of the Barbados Labour Party family, to rally behind Tony and give her that support. We have to work hard. We have to defend our territory, and we will defend our territory as much as we can. I want to encourage all my family and friends, all my friends across St. George and around, to pass that support that you would have given me over the last 26 years to this woman. I want to encourage all of you. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, like St. Paul to the Ephesians, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, just want to close this resolution, close this tribute to you, so that I have to speak on the adjournment also. It has been a privilege to work with you for the past 2 years and 4 months. I remember how every Tuesday you would call to ask me if everything is all right, if I need any help in the chair and stuff like that. Normally, I'm sure that some deputy speakers wouldn't do that, so I want to thank you for that. You have learned me a lot in the past 2 years and 4 months. I think a lot of young parliamentarians don't know that much about you. I have learned a lot from you in the past 2 years and 4 months. I do not know where you find the resources from. I thought that I can beg, but there are not many parliamentarians, trust me, members, that can beg like the honourable member for St. George North. In many ways, he finds resources from areas that you wouldn't believe that he can. I don't know how his hands stretch. I do not know, but business people are very receptive to the honourable member for St. George North. And he shares, but I don't know if it's you, but he has shared with me some things that he receives. So I'm very grateful to him, especially in these COVID times. He has been the benefactor of good tidings from sources that, as I said, I thought I knew sources, from people that you would not believe. And he, as I said, he shares. This is why he has been able to win so handsomely in St. George North, that he goes about his way with a great degree of humility. Very unnoticed, but effective. And he has, for the last 2 years and 4 months, the honourable member has always told me and repeatedly told me, all politics are local politics. So that he spends all of his time in his constituency. And that is why he has won so handsomely and continues to win so handsomely. And I've learned that from him. That's why he has been a successful household name. And I want to thank you for sharing that with me. So it's not about the glitz and the glamour. That is not this honourable member. It is about service. And he has done yeoman service to St. George North for 26 unbroken years. And many persons would really be asked and to take note so as to do this, just these small, finer things, but effective things. And honourable member, I want to thank you for being, as I said, a very supportive person, even in my constituency. And you would sometimes call me on mornings for, people from my constituency have the honourable member phone number. All kind of people from my constituency would call this honourable member, and he would call me and say, but you know, John Bong asked me for something. I do not know how he knows these people. No wonder he got it wrong on a nocturnal basis. I think that is reflective of how he has graced the length and breadth, not only of St. George North, but of all constituencies, rural as well as urban, so that his name is a household name as a politician in more ways than one. I will not tell people to practice everything that he has done, but if it means doing things to enable you to be a successful parliamentarian, then you should hitch your wagon to the honourable member's star. Honourable member, I thank you kindly. I think it's just a matter of the adjournment. You didn't state the time nor date.
I did, though. Mr. Speaker, with that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I beg to move the adjournment of the House until the 13th, 1/3 of October at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber stands adjourned until the 13th day of October at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until the 13th day of October at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.